Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to episode 2 of season 4 of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign.
Oh,
Can you? Hello. How are you all doing? Hey, everyone.
Hi.
I hope you're all doing well. I realize that I need to give you some fate points. It's fine. Don't even worry about it. I'm going to do that like in a second. There. What are you all doing? How's it going?
I'm in your
folks in the chat, I hope you're doing well. This is very exciting to see you all. This is our show where it's a French Resistance show with an amazing cast, and there are ways to support them. I'm going to introduce the cast in a second, but there are ways to support us. If you would like, you can be here and watch the show. That's the best one, either here live or on YouTube. If you would like to do other things, you can follow each of our players. You can join our Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole. You can give tips or bits, and we will read out any tips or bits messages at our halftime and at the end. And all of that goes to help pay for the cast and our artist. And we have extra credits, which have been taken. And those extra credits, they have 2 today. Hescape and Rissa both gave us 2, and I'm going to just do the official move it on over so you can see it happening, so you know I'm not cheating, that they actually do get them, because I want you to know that I'm official about it. So they currently have 6 group fate points, and you can thank Lindy for some of that, including a kind of a consequence that she took. Don't worry about it. And you'll find out, I'm sure, and in a way that won't at all distress you. So that's pretty exciting. Greg. And don't worry, I'll just tell you about it later. Just real soon. You'll be happy about it. Let's see. And
I was trying to be helpful. I'll just throw that out there.
Yeah, I think that's all the ways that you can support at the moment, right? So that said, right, this is the comments on the YouTube and all that business. Let's introduce our characters, and then we can talk about the full-on hello to season 4, of which there are things. So each of my wonderful players, I would like to ask you a question, and the question is, who are you? Who are you playing? And this is a bit of a cheat question, but it's a question that I'm doing. We are having a bit of a time skip. It's not a very long time skip. It's only 9 days. We ended season 3 like around the 15th of December 1941, and we'll be beginning December the 24th, which is Christmas Eve, 1941. And I would like to ask you, your characters get to do one role. So what have you been doing on those last 9 days? And your characters get to do one role that sort of represents what you've been doing in the skip. I would recommend something like, a discover action to gather intel, or sort of create an advantage, something like that. And so I'd like to know what your character's been doing in these last 9 days, and what role would you like to make so that we can take care of that. And then when you all do that, I'll just tell you some things that maybe you want to know. Maybe you don't, but that's how it is. Let's start with Lindy. Lindy, who... first off, I want to thank both Lindy and Dot for being committed to Furs in August, and I want to give some love there. So, Lindy, tell me, who are you? Who are you playing? And what has your character been doing in the last 9 days?
That's an excellent question. Hi, I'm Lindy. I'll be playing Freda Engel. She is a famous German opera singer who was recently kidnapped, and it was a whole ordeal. It was just so terrible. And there was some things that happened, things that she's been doing at the last 9 days. Oh, do I want to spoil anything right out the gate for my still episode, or do I want to say that in character? That's a great question.
Well, just say some general things that people who've been living with you might know.
Okay. Oh, the people who might be living with me might know.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
So 3, 2 at least, the other 3 people here.
Mm-hmm.
I was almost assassinated.
That's in the papers.
So that was fun. Yeah, it was front page papers 2 days in a row. That's that my husband's very slowly recovering. That I have an attaché now who follows me everywhere I go. Um,
Hmm.
yeah, and I've had a lot of meetings
Mm-hmm.
the past, 8, 9 days. Newspapers, military people, some people concerning performances, the abbots. Just a lot of people want to talk to Freda for some reason, that she's in Paris finally for the first time in like forever. Um,
She didn't really travel a
yeah,
lot outside of her husband's
not
gaze,
not a lot.
weirdly.
No,
Yeah.
weird, so strange.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mm. So tell me, if you get to have one
Mhm,
role to represent something that you've been working on over these last 9 days, what would it be?
mhm. See, that's a tricky one because
Mm.
there's a lot I could do
Mm.
based on what happened in my solo episode.
Mm.
But I was thinking about it, talking with my husband, not Freda's husband, because he
Oh,
would not be valuable. And
no.
we think that perhaps garnering sympathy would be a
Ooh.
good role, because I have all those meetings with people and I just had such an ordeal. And
Mm.
was, front page of the paper 2 days in a row. It's
Mm.
just, just garnering sympathy. People might be more inclined to like, oh, the poor dear in certain circumstances later. So yeah, I want to create an advantage.
That sounds like a, well, let me see. Well, this is tricky now, isn't it?
It is because I
Yeah,
wasn't actually
you
kidnapped.
were not. Um, I feel like
And she's
we've
not
got
actually
some.
a poor thing. She's actually pretty okay.
I feel like that's some deceive.
I'm willing to roll that
I feel
deceive
like
for you.
yes,
It's
and
a bunch of lies. It's yeah.
it is, and this is going to be a good. That's a +3
Okay, I can just
difficulty.
get my sheet open. How about a 6?
Okay, sure. Yes. Let's give you an advantage. Let's just put
Cool.
one out there for you. With 2 free invokes
Yay.
because you know,
It's because she's garnered sympathy.
yes. We
The
should
poor
call
thing.
it something like let's call it something like Paris weeps for you.
Oh, yeah. People might be more likely to overlook things if I'm just a poor thing.
Oh
Oh
no.
no.
Uh,
Oh no.
oh no. Paris
So
weeps for you.
sad.
So sad.
She's cried a lot in
You
these
you
meetings,
have. You've cried a lot. Oh no.
She's so thankful for her theater background.
So can you tell me in these last 9 days a little bit about
hmm
how uh Paris weeps for you? How does this happen? Give me a
Oh,
sense. Give me a little bit of a montage, if you will.
well, she's the front page of the newspaper 2 days in a row without having done a single interview.
Oh, I'm
Um,
sorry. I hate to interrupt you. That first
yeah,
day, the first front page
yeah.
image, I
hmm
believe we had a discussion about a consequence for a role, and you said, yes, give it to me. And I said, cool.
We
And
did.
do you remember what the image, that front page image was?
Well,
Mm-hmm.
it was
Mm-hmm.
Freda being carried out of the car by none other than our Clemens Brown.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It was very dramatic, and
Mm-hmm.
there may have been some like people kind of fuzzy in the background
Mm.
that were also with her when she was rescued.
Who were those people who were fuzzy in the background on the front page of
Um,
the Paris newspaper?
it might have been my friends that I'm living with.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh. Cool. So when you're sort of being brought in, there's this front and center photo of you, but in the background there is a kind of a slightly blurry, not too blurry, but a little like you're not in the center of that frame
hmm The depth of the
image.
field in the corner. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, of Holgar Leixner and his wife in the background. That was just a note, just in case you wanted to note that there is an image of you on the front page of the Paris newspaper. Cool. And then what else? Oh, you getting
And
shot,
then
of course.
yeah, I was there was an attempted assassination by someone we may well, Freda doesn't know, but she's heard Regina knows. Um, and then she had by 6 a.m. dawn the next morning after being rescued. There were already 5 requests to speak with her from her attaché, and I'm sure only many, many more came in. And so she had a lot of meetings. Of course, she met up with the press. She had multiple newspaper interviews, and of course, it was just a tragic sob story. Now that she was able to corroborate her story with her husband, um, make sure everything just matched up. And yeah, so the newspaper, so everyone knows about that. And then, she talked with some people from the military. Like, I'd imagine she met up with, or at least sent a note to and scheduled to meet up with General von Struppnagel.
I would say a
Um,
note was probably sent.
Note was probably sent. Um, Maybe she had a small performance near the end of the week. Maybe probably a couple small performances.
In people's homes.
Um,
You know,
in
like
people's
at, like in
homes.
sort of receptions, that sort
Mm-hmm.
of thing.
Because Jean-Paul Barbary, um,
Hmm.
he wanted to talk with her. So I'm assuming they're going to
Barbier.
talk soon. Barbier, cool. I'm like German pronunciation. I didn't take French. And so, he wants her to perform probably in the near future at the big opera halls because runs the opera house, one of the opera houses here in Paris, and there's just a lot of press. She is all up in that press. She might even have maybe have done like a radio interview or two because that was what she did in Berlin a lot. And so
Mm-hmm.
can't imagine that would have been difficult for her to get, maybe a radio performance or two. And she just was very, very in the public, just sob storying it up.
I love that. Speaking of what people have been doing for these last 9 days, KP, who are you? Who are you? Who have you been playing? And then tell me, what has your character been doing the last 9 days, and what one role would you like to make to sort of represent your actions?
All right. So I'm KP, and I play Dr. Preetham Singh, and well, oh man, so many things. So one of the big things I think that happened at the end was that he's now a radio jockey,
Radio commentator.
Very, very suave. Especially because his very first one was, it was a very small, very few audiences. No one really heard. It's just about a certain nightingale being rescued and talking about her husband.
Yeah, maybe we had like an interview on air on your channel or whatever.
I feel like, just a small time celebrity.
There's some information you're going to have to tell the prince later.
Oh yeah, I got something to tell you. It's
Yeah.
fine. We'll talk about it later.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
May have said some things. It's fine. Don't worry
It's all
about
good.
it.
Everything's good. Nothing bad. Okay. But the other thing also was, especially with the party and everything that had happened and the repercussions from the party where he got insulted by said Nightingale's ex-husband that we have
Current husband.
rescued.
They're still married and in love. Everybody knows it.
And so I believe I got in my hands a new clinic with a bunch of brand new equipment. So I'm sure he would be busy with setting that up and having that, up and running as soon as possible. And then also through the very amazing manipulation or forceful persuasion of Frida, he was also tasked with or introduced to the working woman at the brothel.
That's right.
And took it upon himself to be their physician and take care of them. So I feel like he's just running around between these three things, kind of juggling these three responsibilities, all the while doing his best also to guzzy up with the upper class and the ne'er-do-wells of the city to kind of as his job as an SOE to collect intel and learn more and do what he can in that aspect. So just small things here and there, just some light errands, I would say. So
what role would you like to make to represent your time in this moment?
Would
you like to gather info, grab a
role? Is there anything for being busy? Just
well, it depends. I suppose it depends on what you'd like. If you'd like to get information, or if you'd like to get an advantage for later. Because I presume you're not attacking anyone. So
no. Yeah. No, I think it's just a matter of a lot of preparation. So it's nothing like active or anything like that. So, the guzzing up is just constantly being in touch with Jean and anybody he introduces to, not actively seeking out information. It's more of just, he's only been here, what, a week?
Yeah.
How long has he been here now at this point?
2 weeks now?
Now, after
2
the 9
weeks,
days.
yeah.
2 weeks, right? So he's not really established yet as much. So he's probably just in the process of getting acclimated to everything still on that front. So, with the new clinic, just having that set up, maybe hopefully advertising it, the radio, just getting himself familiar with the crew there and kind of doing other, I don't know if he's done any other reports or aired since then. So just kind of getting his footing there. And then, just, making connections, nothing active. So I might just take that advantage that you had mentioned.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah.
So I suppose the question is, when you're sort of creating an advantage, there are different ways you can do that. You could use your rapport to try to schmooze with people and get people to like you. You could use your medicine, perhaps, to sort of get an advantage that's related to your clinic. Like, you can get an advantage with pretty much any skill. The question is, like, just kind of what skill you use will sort of impact what sort of advantage it is.
I feel like I'm going to go with rapport, because I feel like that kind of might also funnel down into the clinic, because the entire purpose of the clinic was to kind of, guzzy up to it and have an identity in the city outside of just being a radio jockey and kind of give it some legitimacy to himself. So I'll use rapport.
And that is a difficulty 3.
Okay. And then I forget, it's been a while. Minus 3?
Nope.
Just
roll the rapport.
Yeah.
Yes,
just roll the rapport, and you want to get higher than a 3.
Gotcha. That's right. It's been, my brain.
So that is a fail.
Cry.
So you have a choice. You can just not succeed at that, or you can create an aspect, but your opposition gets to have a free invoke on it, like a hostile invoke. Or you can, that's what you can do. You have a choice. You can, So either you don't get the advantage, in which case there's none, or you can create an advantage that somebody can exploit against you. But you still get the advantage.
You know what? It has been a while. I feel like a little bit of chaos early on.
No!
I like it.
I do have a free aspect called Disarmingly Charming and Endearing.
Now, if you use it, you have to spend a fate point, which then would allow you to bump up, that would let you to get the advantage. But, you could just create an advantage about being schmoozy, and I get to have a free invoke.
I'll do that.
So let's think about a good way. Something that is a true, because it's going to be true, that you can use, but that I can also use. Let's say something like seen in all the circles. We'll call it seen in all the circles. Which is awesome, but I can go and I get a free invoke off that one. You can still use it, as being, you can still use that. I like it. So we have a married couple, sort of.
We kind of sort of have a lot of married couples. Kind of have a lot of married couples.
Kind of sort of.
It's more like business deals at this point.
It's really, yeah. I mean, people are married. I'm not quite certain how happy those marriages are. Dot, who are you?
Yes.
Who are you playing? And what has your character been doing in the last 9 days?
Okay. Well, hi gang. I'm Dot. I'm your littlest red dot on the internet doing things out. I'm the littlest red dot out there doing things, trying to make magic and tell stories where I can. I play Regina, who is our undercover German. She's an SOE officer. officer, right? I'm
Yes.
finally getting my information. Okay, thank you.
Yes, you are.
The SOE officer for our little team here in Paris. And she's very, very dedicated to her job. She believes herself a soldier, not an artist. And so she's out there fighting the good fight for all the people that, including her own, that have lost their home. So unfortunately, she is posing as the good housewife of
But a little
our
bit glamorous. Well,
well, she's getting more glamorous. This
Yes.
is part of the guess what I'm rolling for.
but I would just want to point out, I just need to just say this to you because I feel like you need to know this. If you were really
no.
that good of a housewife, you'd already have 3 or 4 kids. I'm just gonna.
Oh, Trooper, you think I haven't been plotting?
Okay, well, I'm just noting that like there is a medal that they give to women.
Y'all
I can't wait to hear what you're plotting.
I've got plots
Because I
upon
have to tell
plots.
KP some things. I feel like we both might need to talk to him about.
Yeah, we
sibling
should talk.
things.
We should talk babies
Yeah.
Yeah,
and how
'cause-
we don't want them.
Oh, it's too late. There's already babies being had, apparently.
Oh, did you say you were? Okay, well, maybe I ought not burst the baby bubble then. If we've already got a fake baby on the way,
Oh no,
we can't have
let's
two fake babies on the way.
We can totally have two fake babies.
We'll blame it on
Let's have
pretem,
two
and he
fake
signs off on the
babies.
paperwork.
Yes.
Okay.
Two fake babies. Let's go.
Lindy and I are always on the same page. Okay, so here I am.
Because we're living together and you're supporting. We can be like together,
Oh.
like pregnancy buddies.
See, I was gonna have a pregnancy that was a little out of wedlock, so that somebody could get blamed in really bad ways. But it's fine.
Oh,
It's
we can
fine.
have that too. I love it. Do it.
Who needs? Okay, so here we are, doing our thing. But
I
Regina
love my
has been
players. Go ahead.
trying so hard to be a good housewife to Otto, in the face of basically uprooting her team and trying to cope with the grief of losing somebody, like departing from somebody she dearly loved as well. So over the last 9 days, I imagine there's been a lot of grief that we've not seen from Regina that she's been trying to hide. But after the party and everything that has gone down, Regina knows that she's going to have to, especially now that she's in the Nicoletta's freaking shadow, and their BFFFFFUs. Yeah. There's a lot of FUs in that listing. Now that they're BFFs, we have to, we have to uphold, and she wants to be a better wife than Nicoletta.
Ooh. Oh.
So she would like to spend the next 9 days doing everything in her power to make Nicoletta look bad, but in a very elitist, socialistic, like socialite kind of way. So if they go out to lunch, Regina looks better than she does. If Regina goes out to do anything with her, which I imagine is like shopping or whatever.
Women are fucking scary.
I am out to get her, and she thinks, she has no idea. Guess whose husband's gonna, well, anyways. Okay, so yeah, that is Regina's goal. So I don't know, I was thinking maybe a deceive roll to set up an advantage.
Well, sort of depends.
Thoughts?
Depends. It sounds to me like you're wanting to set up an advantage. Well,
Yeah.
let's I'm going to phrase this the way I like to phrase it. In the book,
Okay.
it's actually called create an advantage. But I don't like calling it that. I really like calling it create an aspect, or like create an aspect, or level up an aspect. Like you can also do this to an aspect that's like already existing. And the reason why I say that is because maybe you are not creating an aspect on you, but maybe you're creating an aspect on her, which I don't think will be all that advantageous for her, I assume. So it sort of depends on...
I see. Who do I want to set it up for? I really think in this case, I want to set it up for Regina, because she knows that we're living under a lot of lies right now. And she's going to have to continue to lie her way through a lot of this, both for herself and Frida and Otto. And so I think Regina just is going to set up an advantage for her. It's not necessarily against her. It's really just set Regina up to be who she says she is, the good housewife.
Because like there's a difference between setting up an aspect where you are the good housewife and setting up an aspect on Nicoletta where she is less the good housewife. You see what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I'm just saying that because when you put an aspect on somebody, you can put it on yourself, you can put it on other people, you can put it on the world.
Okay, so now I kind of want to, but would I still roll a deceive to set it up on her?
Yes. because you're lying about her, right? So you're.
Yeah, you know what?
So,
I think.
I mean-
Well, it's not that I'm lying about her. It's that I'm lying enough to make everybody think I'm better than her, which is.
Yeah, I'm just saying that I feel like
Right, I
if
am
you
better
said,
than her.
I want to everyone to think that I'm awesome, that sounds very different than I want everybody to think I'm better than her, which seems like it's a little bit
you're
about
right.
her.
You're
I'm
right.
just saying.
I want people to think. You're right. It is actually against her. As much as I want it to not be, it is.
Just feels like it is.
Super
yeah.
is.
Mhm.
So let's set it up against old Nicoletta.
So yeah, you want to put an aspect on her, which would be, that would be a very good.
Now, here's a question.
Please.
All of these people maybe have never met Regina before. Can I use my stunt for this to create a deceive advantage against someone who's ever met me before? I get a +2.
Yes.
Lies upon lies.
Yes, you can.
Okay, this sounds like a prime fate point
Yes,
spend.
you can.
Because I really want to set this up. I just want her to look so bad, y'all.
Yes.
Have my fate point for this.
Wait. That's
Wait,
it.
right?
No, you don't have to spend a fate point for that.
Oh, I don't to activate that stunt?
No, because it's a stunt. Stunts are free as long as
Oh,
they.
right, duh.
As long
You're
as
right.
the situation
back to me,
applies,
trooper.
you get that. I just gave it to you. I just gave you something like that. Then you get like you get it for free as long as the situation applies.
Okay, perfect. Well, this will be 6 die, everybody, or 6. Did it roll?
Now, where do I put Nicoletta?
Oh.
Have a legendary roll, trooper.
Well, I'm gonna go and roll Nicoletta's
Go ahead.
rapport.
Have a legendary
Yeah.
sassy McSass pants roll.
First off, that I'm just gonna note that I feel like these are my feelings that is an inappropriate number, that 8, but that's cool.
Really?
It's,
You know,
it's on the board.
I feel
It's
that
on the
it's
board.
the
I feel like it's
perfect
fair.
number to make her look not great.
What might have been unfair was that 9 I rolled against my husband last
Oh,
week.
yeah, that was also very inappropriate.
Wow, a 9.
Oh, yeah, and he's unlike Nicoletta, who actually does have rapport. He does not. He's not particularly.
I think this 8 is totally fair.
I think it looks beautiful on the screen. Y'all see that?
I just took it off so they can't see it
It's
anymore.
almost it's almost as pretty as Nicoletta thinks she is.
Oh gosh, there's some mean girl business happening up here right about now. I'm just.
This is why we
Let's
don't.
go.
You gave me
Season 4,
9 days to
The
simmer
vicious women.
in the loss of my lover and
Mhm.
having to hang out with my ex. Regina is in prime condition. And you know she ain't been sleeping.
Yeah, well.
In 9 days, she's probably not
yeah.
slept like at all.
Yeah.
Freedom's not happy about that.
Pretum, well,
He doesn't know yet.
yeah.
He'll be happy.
I'm sorry, Preetam, but you gotta just lie for us
Yeah. So
medically.
I'm gonna go and roll.
Please.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna roll her. We're gonna
Yeah,
see
yeah.
how this
Good luck.
goes.
Good luck.
Good
Sure.
mission.
Good luck, Trooper.
You do know that rapport is what she does, right?
Well, clearly deceiving's what I'm all about.
Well, apparently.
That's what she thinks she does, but it's not what she does tonight.
I'm gonna note that I should give myself my fate points right about now because I have some.
This is the point at which Trooper needs to spend fate. Yes, spend them at the top, Trooper. You spend those fate points.
Yeah.
Do I have anything I can do that would?
Thanks, Werewolf Feels. We're dressed for the holidays. And it just happens to be like 90 degrees in Georgia today.
I was commenting
I
how I love
dressed
that
for
it's like
sure.
100 outside,
Yeah,
and
I am-
it's a Friday the 13th, but we're celebrating Christmas.
We're definitely celebrating Christmas. I may have to turn the fan on for this over.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm fine with
Um,
that. I feel comfy in my little.
I know your Hawaiian shirt over here.
I'm gonna spend 1 fate
Okay.
point right now to bring her up. Ooh, I rolled so poorly. Because she's a
Isn't
+5.
it great?
I'm gonna
It's even red because
Is he gonna reroll?
I'm gonna reroll.
Oh no.
I'm gonna spend a fate point to
Let
reroll.
it, dice gods, dice goddess, be on my side. Let my mean girl ways flourish.
Because she's
thrive.
a +5. Like I feel like that's pretty decent.
Spite powers.
Yes, but yeah. Come on.
And she is going to invoke her aspect, wife of the head of the SS, as like
No.
that because that's some good clout right there.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see if I can get better than a 4. Oh God!
Yeah. 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't
Too
meant to
bad
be.
your husband don't have a great reputation neither.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
The spike.
I love you, everybody in
the
chat.
dice
Just
was
know
here for
I
the spike
love
today.
Trooper as a human.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm ready for
It's
it.
just Nicoletta I'm out for.
Yeah.
I've been roommates with him for this
And the
1
spiked
week.
wins at the top of the hour.
Best
Ding, ding,
person.
ding.
Absolute joy.
So let's put an aspect on Nicoletta, because there with 2 free invokes.
Yeah, free invokes.
Mm-hmm. What would you like to call it? Remember what you've been doing through your deceiving, which she's been trying to resist through her very charming ways. Is she does have a stunt that increases her rapport, but it's for seduction, which would not help here. So, yeah, what do we want to call this?
Let's see. Let's call it something like oh, I want something really insulting. Like, yeah, something really good, like okay, so I'm trying to ruin her reputation, or just like make her make everybody realize she's not really Germany's, what do they call her? They called her Germany's, they gave her some name last time. She's like the belle of the ball, basically.
Yeah.
So she's no longer the belle of the ball. So she's like, oh, what is it? What is that word? A strumpet?
What about tarnished crown?
She never wore a crown. Oh, yesterday's it girl.
Yeah, that's really good.
Very good.
Oh,
yes.
No, that's
yesterday's
so
it
good.
Girl.
Oh,
nicely done, Lindy.
That is so good.
I try. I have my rare moments.
Nicely done.
That was
I also
brilliant.
like the frumpy frau from Cleric of Court in chat. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Perfect.
Yesterday's
the frumpy frau.
Yesterday's It Girl's so good because it kind of has that sort of like sad, faded quality to it.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I want her to be the wilted rose, not the.
Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. Ooh, so good. Greg,
so good.
who are you? Who are you playing? And what has your character been doing in the last 9 days?
Oh, well, Trooper, I thought I knew who I was. I'm not really sure anymore. I'm Greg. I'm Grimjack 21502. I'll be playing Oscar Mueller. I don't want to follow the series of roles that have just occurred.
I feel like you should.
I'm going to have to, but everybody know I do so under protest. What Oscar's been working on the last 9 days is actually something that he had worked on, and I talked with Trooper about it before, that I never got to use last season. Now that he is filming a movie about how great Germany is
and France and how they get along together.
How they get along together.
It's gonna be a musical, right?
Sure.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just asking.
I think it's everything at this point. I think I've overpromised. Anywho, I think that what we're going to do is it's based on the transportation of and the arteries inside the City of Light and Shadows. And basically by manipulating both the current existing guard stops and streets that are blocked off, he's going to send out still photo teams and scouting location people and his own film set to try to manipulate the flow of traffic inside the City of Light and Shadow. So if at any point they need to get somewhere quickly or have someone get somewhere slowly, he would have an advantage to be able to either deter or help. Travel throughout, because it's snowing most of the time. And so anything, he would make note of any type of alleyway that's kept clear, any type of road that's really clogged or, windswept and icy, and just use all that to his advantage.
So I feel like you're trying to create an advantage. And the question is, what is our good skill for this one? You're working with people to basically sort of control the roads, right, in your own way, have a good sense of when it won't be good for them, when it will be good for you. I feel like this might be something along the lines of, depending on how you're doing it, if you're being official, it could be rapport. If you are just threatening a lot of people, that would be provoke, to get that in there. If you're just doing this through administrative paperwork, that would probably be, academics, right? If you're sort of just doing it through a lot of paperwork versions, but not speaking to people, but I imagine you're a talker.
Right, but it's more like he's what he's doing is he's contacting the different organizations or different units that are in charge of hey, where are you going to be at this time? I'll be away from you. I need to film here, move your guys, that type of stuff. So I have a stunt, the artistic director, where I use perform instead of rapport when dealing with the art. Okay.
Because chatting with people and getting them to move where you want them to and when you want them to is, unless you're being mean about it, is a rapport, right? To start to work with people. That's a difficulty of 3.
Good. I'm so glad I get to follow these. The dice, I'm sure, are still scorching hot.
Did you get a +2?
Dear goddess, grace Greg with the same blessings you graced me with.
3.
You got it.
It's a
You got
tie.
it, though. Oh, that's right. Tie.
It's a tie.
Tie.
So you have a choice.
Was that with the +2?
Did you add your +2?
Oh.
I don't think my stunt has a +2. It's just I get to substitute.
Oh, it's a
one
substitute.
For another.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
One moment, though. That's your acting, correct?
Acting, yes.
Which is a specialization that gives you a +1.
So then I win.
Yes, you do. I just look. I want to make sure you get all the stuff that you get.
I appreciate it, buddy.
Because I care. I do care.
I know you do.
It's only 1 free invoke, but let's give Oscar something like I want something to sort of evoke that you can hinder other people's movement as well as sort of like lessen your difficulty in movement, right?
Paris's prostate. No.
Let's.
What happened?
Yeah. Greg made a dirty joke.
What?
No, I did.
Now I just want to make something
No.
like like director in the sheets and like traffic cop
Freak
on
on
the
the
street.
streets. Yes.
Right.
Okay, so could it be like, I don't know, traffic director or something director, like
Traffic
building up
director.
the term.
Yeah.
Traffic director sounds. Instead of movie director.
Yeah, I like it. Which will, and then you get a free invoke on that. See, now was that difficult or painful? No.
Yeah, I'm sweating, Trooper.
That's only because you're wearing furs. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
since we're all here together, I should probably just let you know a couple things before we sort of like get all into it. So, new season, we have some new game aspects that you might find interesting. So last season, our title was Family Matters, because that seemed to be where it was all going, dealing with family in different ways. This season's title, which is also an aspect, is Exposed. There's just going to be a lot of exposure happening this season, I suspect. And also,
Indecent exposure.
perhaps...
Well, we're not getting paid with it, so.
I mean, I just feel like there are some photographs running around. There are a lot of people who are in the middle of the press right now who are very visible, and there are a lot of secrets that could be exposed, and you're all getting a lot of exposure. So that's going to be our season 4 title and aspect is exposure. One of our campaign aspects also is Harshest Winter in Years. Current issue is that your allies are far away or dead. The impending issue that you all need to sort of note is going to happen sometime is Ghosts from the Past, which, great. And then your weekly faction threat is Increasing Needs with Decreasing Resources at a difficulty of 4. I see you. So, let me also let you know that there is an increase in our violence clock because there was an assassination attempt last week, which has caused things to be a little bit difficult. Also, I want to note that almost all of your advantages from last season have been cleared. For example, you had some French Gestapo ID, and that you all had some like fake IDs, but all those fake IDs are no longer good because the Nazis changed their stamps all the time. So all of your good fake IDs are no longer workable. You do still know where some of their inventory deposits are. You still have some heroin. You have some barrels of expensive wine. And you do have a negative consequence on you that you're the talk of the town. Your good friend Frida has gotten you some overpriced flowers, and by that, what she means is that people have bought flowers from the shop for way more money than they actually were worth.
Repeatedly.
Which has helped you out some. And I've put all your other things up there for you to sort of check out. So, I will ask you all this question. What has we've changed the name of the Bricktops Brigade to the Roses of Paris. What have they been doing these last 9 days? Y'all can do one thing as a group.
Oh.
That's the nice thing. And then I'll do the other ones, the other things.
Oh, okay.
Well, let's talk about our goal is in fact to deal with this situation in Germany, right? Hang on, let me pull up our character sheet. So our major goal is to
Open up that window.
open up this window. Come on, roll 20. There we go. To infiltrate the Nazi conference in Berlin. So what do we need to do in some kind of way? So what do you think we need to do? Maybe that should be the focus, because we have the list of names and we pass that along to London.
There is, yeah.
Okay.
Frida has to tell you some stuff, but go on.
Great.
Yeah.
So maybe we shouldn't do anything till Frida tells us things.
Oh, but this is what you're doing in the middle of the middle of the
So
month.
I have a just remind me, Trooper. It's been a while. Our dear communist friends.
Yeah.
Oh,
Friends.
yeah.
Yeah.
So about that,
Okay.
Yeah.
a person who tried to assassinate me walking into the hospital to visit my husband may have been, Falstaff told me, someone named Elodie.
Great. You know, she had a bullet coming.
Well, she did get grazed by a shot in return, not fired by me.
See, and she's all concerned because I'm pointing guns at her.
But she didn't get any consequences from it. It
Yeah.
wasn't that good of a shot.
What yet?
Yeah.
No, all actions have consequences. So okay.
It's
I
true.
imagine over the 9 days, Frida would have informed us that she was
Yes.
shot at by Elodie.
Oh, yeah.
That she was
Okay.
shot at by Elodie. I also been reviewing the newspapers and I've circled some interesting articles for you. For example, Elias Yeager
Wait,
is
just
heading up.
wait. You'll talk about
Oh,
it. We'll talk about
fine.
it.
Right, but
Fine.
maybe our action needs to be around like
All right, go on.
right.
Go on. Fair.
Elias Yeager is heading up the investigation of the murdered secretary, Carlotta Oswald of the SS,
Of the military intelligence.
of military intelligence. That's right, of the military
Because she was murdered and
intelligence.
he cares about finding out who
Yeah,
did it.
he's heading up the investigation
Personally.
personally, very personally, and was like, the death of any woman's a crime, but a German woman stains the soul. And there's also there's also rumors, just coincidentally, of a lot of rumored prostitutes in town. And there's a prostitute missing from the establishment that I took over from Tango as well. So he might just be doing a lot of murders
Okay.
while investigating, but he's investigating it
So
personally
people-
because he's had so much experience murdering. You know,
That's not what he
right,
said.
Maybe he's got some
what I
firsthand
heard.
experience. Okay. Well, the question is, are we focused on Jaeger or we want to set ourselves up for success? The other option is we could try to figure out what the communists are up to if we're really worried about them killing us off. We could roll against the communists because they're not in a great place right now and
They're
get some
not.
intel on that. They are not in a great place because we know that Mother Courage was killed or is being held.
She was
She
captured
jumped.
and she jumped out of
She
a
jumped.
six-story window.
That's right. She jumped.
So that
So,
she couldn't be
I
questioned.
imagine we can infer based on what we know of them in the past. Elodie has taken over. And if she made the decision to come do the dirty work herself, either
In
things are
broad
really
daylight.
in broad daylight,
In
things
public.
are really bad. Things are really bad. We could just, I don't know, y'all. I mean, our top skills right now. So what we just did was move our resources up.
Mhm.
Mhm.
So the chat knows. We did move resources up from average to fair. That was part of what we did, which was a smart suggestion by Lindy.
Like our weekly resource check just got harder, so you know.
What might be
yeah.
what might be the easiest thing to do here is since we don't know specifically what we're going to hear from Lindy, maybe we can just stockpile supplies because we got real low at the end of last season as
We
far
did,
as like our
yeah.
essential stuff that we needed. Maybe if we put that resource to use and over the next couple of days we just gather, bring the cows home, so to speak, and that way that kind of covers us for
And it keeps
helping
us
people.
laying kind of low for a while.
Yeah,
But
I like that.
it's an essential resource gathering thing for all of you board game players out there.
Yeah,
We're gonna
we
take
need
around
it.
to just
Oh, I know,
get
I
wood.
understand. Yeah.
This is-
That is fair. So it sounds like you want to create an advantage. Is what it sounds like.
I mean, I
Create an
guess,
aspect, as it were.
so we can create. Yeah. Who wants to roll it?
What kind of aspect do you want to create?
What kind of supplies?
Do you
are we
want
trying to get?
supplies? Do you want like?
Because we have the shop has supplies.
Well, at the moment
We got plenty of heroin and wine.
you have heroin and wine is what you have.
Great, let's throw a party.
But you don't have a whole bunch of
Rager.
Yeah.
flowers.
Okay. But we don't have flowers. I thought we just got new flowers. I just thought we got a shipment of flowers.
You don't know. You do not actually have an aspect that helps you with that. Because you're in the middle of the winter and you didn't get a... You got some aspects, but none of them were flower related for your
Why don't we
shop.
do that then?
Like
Just
a hot
for our-
house, house
for our
content?
cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah.
especially like with when Pritam joined, he was the one who helped like
Arrange the
you know,
flowers. Yeah.
arrange the flowers and everything because he has some practice. So I think he might assist in that process to kind of just, you know, with that front to help liven it up, make it seem, especially considering we're kind of charging a lot, we might kind of want to make it look worth the money at least a little. So
So really it's to keep our cover. Like we're using resources to keep the cover of the
Which-
flower shop.
It's good if we're so exposed this season.
Yeah.
I was also thinking that considering it is winter, we probably just need to stock, like Oscar had mentioned, that we need to stock up on just regular supplies so we don't die.
Thankfully, at
Hey.
the moment, us personally eat from the hotel. Most of us, and I think Dr. Pritam is going to be okay food wise. But I think
Yeah, I think we're all finally in a place where we can eat.
Yeah.
What we
Yes.
don't have is things for the shop to make it legitimate.
like a hot house.
Like a hot,
Yeah,
yeah.
hot-
So, I mean,
That would be a
um,
that would be a resources roll to create an advantage.
not it.
I could do it.
Okay,
it.
well, you
Do
can't
it.
touch your
Do
nose
it.
if you're gonna do it. Do it.
Damn it.
You do it. You do it.
You
It's
can
a-
do it.
it's
If
a-
you volunteer.
It's a 3.
Fine.
It's a 3 to create
Okay,
an
we can
advantage.
do this.
We got this.
All right, what do we
Come on,
get?
baby.
Yeah, woo!
That's a 1.
That's a
Wait,
1.
what? Oh.
Oh
We were both looking at Oscars because it
Oscars,
didn't
yeah.
roll up. Oh, clearly.
Okay,
What that
well-
says is that you've been scouring to find a good connection to get right, because like you need to get
Right.
flowers, and you have not been successful at it, unless you can, if you'd like, create the advantage, but I get a free invoke. A
I
nice
already gave
hostile
you
invoke.
one. I'm not
I'm
giving
just
you another
asking
today.
if you'd like it. I'm just saying.
Because
No.
we as a group have some
We can always spend a fate point too to try to reroll.
that would make it a 3,
Which is a tie,
reroll.
which would be a tie.
which would only be a little bit of a
Mhm.
boost.
Kitty butt. Sorry.
Or you can say that you just don't get it. You don't get it this time. You have to keep working on it.
I mean, maybe it's just not something we found in 9 days, y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because I have a feeling, based on
Especially
the
in
vibes I'm
winter.
getting from Lindy, that things may not be.
Let's
going
keep
quite
those
as
fate
planned.
points. Yeah.
Yeah, let's keep those fate points for
What?
now.
I don't.
We just blame it on winter. We could
For
just blame
yeah,
it on
it's the holidays.
And
No
we're at war.
flowers. Yeah.
There's really, flowers are really not in
Yeah.
demand right now.
We do have 2 more. I have 2 more opportunities for you before I give you things, and that is
wonderful.
this. Do you want your working women to do anything these next 9 days, and the same thing with your snakes? Because I want to give you that opportunity before.
Mhm.
I would say
Yeah.
yes to the working women. We should
Mhm.
always have them doing something.
What would you like?
Well-
Maybe intel gathering.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just more intelligence, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that could go a long way towards the trip to Berlin if they're learning things, right? Or maybe they'll learn something new. Oh, or maybe they know where the communists are.
Roll intel. Difficulty 3. This is a discover action.
Clearly, I am not in the night. to do
Oh,
this.
so it's either
I'll
Greg or
roll
Lindy,
Lindy.
it.
it's your turn. It's your turn, Lindy.
you
I
need to
will
starting
have
start-
to
over.
roll my snakes too, but hopefully.
We'll just sit here all night if it's me, because I'm not going to.
he's like, nope, I'm not gonna do it.
All right.
Roll
Working
intelligence.
women. Intel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hey.
So that's a tie.
Okay.
Damn it.
You may ask 1 question at a minor cost.
One question at a minor cost.
Mhm. The minor cost is going to be that they're going to take up one of their stressors, one of their resources, because it just took them a little bit more to get the info.
Oh, I see. It's a little strenuous for them to do so.
It's the holidays.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
stressful time of year.
That seems reasonable. So what's the question, y'all?
You may ask me one intel gathering related question.
Well, we wanted to do something related to the communists.
That these
new
working
information?
women could get access to.
Yeah.
Yeah, what would be some new I think new information could really help us.
Mm-hmm.
And I will
What's to
also
come?
note because Lindy did this last time, that when you gather information, you can ask me a question, just like, hey, what's going on here? But you can also ask about aspects, right? Like if you because there are a bunch of people and organizations that have aspects, but you don't know what they are. And you could also, if it is something that they could find out through intel, you can also find out
Knowing the
aspects.
goals of the SS right now could be very helpful. Do we know that aspect?
I believe you do not.
That could be helpful.
Goals of the SS. How does Berlin feel about Jager's performance?
Mhm.
I had another one, and just like that, I forgot. I'll get back with you.
I do not believe you know the major goal of the SS right now. I do not believe that is a thing that you know. Nope, you don't.
Do we know military intelligence?
You also don't.
Don't know that. Okay.
Might be good to know one of their goals.
Yeah. That could be really helpful for us.
And
So the
major
real
goal
question-
is definitely
yeah.
a thing that you could probably find out through your working women.
Yeah, and you know what? Since as much as we want to take Jaeger down,
Mhm.
knowing the SS's plan for this thing in Berlin may be way more helpful in our plotting the Berlin than it is just to know his personal goals. So maybe I think that's the choice, is like, what is the major goal of the SS at this point?
That is an aspect that you would like to know. And that is an aspect that you can find out. So you have a secretary, a woman. No, she's a cleaning lady. And she cleans in many of these big offices. She's probably in her mid to late 40s. And she goes in and out of these buildings, and she's gray. You know, she's not particularly memorable as a person, and she often comes in and sort of takes out trash, and she cleans up things when there's spills, including when there are meetings happening. And sometimes some of these meetings there's a lot of noise that happens up there in 84 Avenue Fox. Some of it is screaming because there's torture going on. Some of it's screaming because sometimes people yell. And there's been a lot of upset recently. And what she has been able to learn is that Dr. Bones, our Knochen, and he was having a bit of a conversation with Jaeger and some of the others there. And he's not happy. He's very unhappy.
Jaeger?
No, Knochen.
Knochen. Okay, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know
Bones.
I don't know if you noticed, but they look real bad right now. It's been a bad.
Yeah, they're not looking real great.
It's not looking real great for them. They're really not looking good. But what she learns just by being in the right space and time is that their goal is to wrest control of France from the military. They want to undermine the military command.
Military intelligence.
No, not military intelligence. The entire military command.
Oh.
Oh yeah, no. The military intelligence is not their goal. Their goal is to undermine the general in charge of all of France. And their goal is to basically undermine the entire German military so that they can be in charge of France and not the German military. Some of the information that you get, like, that is their goal. And part of it has to do with the fact that they don't feel as if the German military is enthusiastic enough about killing Jews and communists and Roma, they're just like not. Also, they're not enthusiastic about killing hostages enough. They don't find them to be as enthusiastic as they are. The military seems to be having other goals besides just rounding up lots of people and killing them, which the SS finds irritating. And also, they'd like to be in charge. So what you learn from your cleaning lady is that it seems as if they have been planning for quite some time to undermine and make look bad, is specifically the head of the person who's in charge of the General Struppnagel, to make him seem incompetent, to make everybody else seem incompetent, so that they can basically gain all the power. And they're assuming to be supported from Berlin.
I got a meeting with General Struppnagel. Oh, a coincidence.
I
And
don't think they'd be very happy with my little speech then.
no, they were not.
No.
And that's part of how this information came out, because there was a lot of yelling about this.
That's what. Okay, so Willen's right. I feel like we learned this about. Okay, I feel like we learned this. Thank you, Willen. Didn't they get this info about the SS last season? I thought so too.
Yeah,
I feel like we know. I feel like I already knew that they're. I feel like I already knew that. How did we learn that? Maybe it's not because we actually learned the aspect. Maybe we learned that intel in like a different way. But now we can at least.
You knew that there was tension. You knew there's been tension between military intelligence and the SS, and you knew that there was tension between the two of them because the general got Knochen fired, and then Knochen came back. But now you know that their actual goal is to.
Now we can really confirm it. Basically,
they're actually there to like it's fairly big. Like they have support from Berlin to basically undermine the entire military structure here, so that
they have permission from Berlin,
from the SS in Berlin, not
okay. That's the okay. The SS in Berlin has given them permission to undermine the military at all costs.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they are actively working on it. Like this is not, and they have allies, right? They have allies in this game to do this, and they've been making moves.
Successfully?
Yeah. Well, you do know that they bombed all of those synagogues to make it look like the military was not in control of anything. They got caught, thanks to some of the work that Colette and y'all have done, which blew up in their face, but then they sort of recovered. But this whole thing that you all just did at the end of season 3 is not working well for them, which is putting them in a bad spot. So you know that that's what they want, and it's not a good position right now.
On a good spot, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we knocked them off their pedestal.
Well, that's good. That makes well.
Okay.
Definitely make this more of an active goal then, rather than something passively happening based off of our.
Well, and now we have leverage to really get in certain ways with Otto, and like knowing there's some benefits to that for all of us to know that.
But what you can tell from that overheard meeting is that they are actively undermining. They're not like hoping things go bad, but they're actually plotting. Like they are.
Yeah, they're taking action.
They're taking action to, and they're very specifically targeting the general. They want him out. They don't like him. They want him gone.
What is the general's name?
Von Struppnagel.
Oh, it is
Struppnagel. There's an L.
Struppnagel.
Yeah, there's an L. Struppnagel.
Struppnagel.
And they really don't like him. And there seems to be a lot of tension right between them. That he keeps blocking them in the things that they want, and they want him out.
Is there any way we can maybe secretly pass this info? Unless that's already what you did, Frida. I don't know.
No, I haven't met with him yet. I've just exchanged a note saying I would like to meet with him because he may or may not be paying for all my expenses while I'm here in Paris.
Could we pass this information somehow along to
So
them?
if we need a little something.
Kind of make them.
So Colette,
to the general.
Chad's got a good point too. Would this cue us as to why Colette was acting weird? Did she know that they were that deep into trying to undermine the German military? Okay, great. We don't know. Damn it, Greg.
Yes, that's what you know. That there are that they have allies. They are working to undermine actively. They have support back from the political government, from the Nazi government, and they're in a kind of a very heavy conflict with the people who are in charge of France right now, specifically the military and the General von Struppnagel, who some academics might tell you something about him, and the snakes.
Oh, yeah, they're gonna try to get some resources because they were not left. They were not still little Mifit Tango for those poor leaving that. Just
Yeah.
if this had been a pet, like
He left
animal
a mess.
control would have been called on them. Like he would not be allowed to own any more pets, is what I'm saying. So yeah, they want just some generic resources, anything that they complained about that they were lacking. Just trying to get some of that stuff over
Is the brothel?
this next week.
This is Tango's business he left behind.
Yeah.
And Frida picked up. It's more like he just had the corners of the puzzle in place, really.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I should note that part of this resting control is about conflict around murdering people.
You mean they're being upset with?
They want to murder a lot more people. Like they want to round up a lot of
Mhm.
Jews and Roma and homosexuals and communists.
Got it.
Like they just want to round up a lot of people and kill them. And the military does not seem to think that is
Got it. Okay,
a great
I missed
idea.
it. Okay, that makes a lot more
Right,
sense.
so
Now. I was like, who's upset? Yeah,
yes. They want control, and they want to there's clearly, and you've noticed recently there's been like an uptick in these sort of like demands to capture people, deport people. Clearly the Nazis are, what's the word, escalating, right? They are
the situation. Yeah.
they're escalating, and it seems as if that's mostly coming from the SS, right, rather than the military command there. Let's call this for the snakes.
Mhm. They were not in great shape. They were lacking a lot of
Hey.
things.
That was a good roll.
I'm shocked.
Let's say an uptick in customers.
Business is booming. I thought about maybe being like seeing if anybody who used to come and visit Tango and what's his face to get more criminal contacts. I think I can get those via Freda's roles, not the snakes themselves roles. So yeah, uptick in customers. Business is booming. I like that. Yeah.
All right. So we just have to make 3 rolls, and then I will leave it to you. It's the beginning of your time, of your week. I need you all to make resources. I need the roses to make it. I need the working women to make it. And I need the snakes to make a resources roll with a difficulty of 4.
Yep.
Okay,
Because
I haven't done
it's
it
getting
yet,
harder
so-
and harder to get resources.
Yeah, I'll roll the snakes because
Mhm.
they're mine.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
While they're doing that, actually, I had a question, Trooper.
Please.
In the process of opening up this clinic, would I have the funds to hire like nurses or assistants?
That would be creating an advantage, right? To be like having assistants.
Greg, you have to click working women.
Okay. Let's start though with those roses of Paris. That's a tie.
A tie?
Yeah, that's a 4 versus a 4.
It's 4
It's a 4 now.
That's why I said we should increase resources.
Mhm.
So good thing we did. So a tie means they also get one?
But well, what it means is you can success at a minor cost, right? Because this is basically this is an attack, is what it is. Like this is like it's a resources attack that happens, and what will happen if you tie is that the forces of deprivation get a boost on you. But would you like to know something interesting?
Yes.
You are a sub-faction of the SOE.
Yes.
And a master faction, if you're like the head of a faction, which the SOE is, they have basically a master skill, which has a +2 on it, which they can give to their sub-factions.
Like us.
For example, they don't have a lot of other sub-factions right now. It's not going so well. And what that skill is, it matters, right? So for the SOE, what they can give you, they cannot give you a lot of things, but they can give you resources. That is their master skill.
Hey, okay.
So they can
This
give
would
you
be a great time for that.
they can give you a +1, which will mean
Can I have some more?
you are
More,
fine.
please, sir.
Can I have some
We'd
more?
like
Have
some
some
more.
The SOE is able to give you a little bit of support so that you're able to get through this moment. What about those working women? You're failing that one by 3.
Great.
Oh, yeah, that's a failing by 3. What would you like to do about that?
That means they get boosts against us, don't they?
No, that means they have to take 3 stress. If damage.
And the working women just took 1 stress.
Yes, they did.
Mm-hmm.
And they only have, so they're gonna have to take a consequence, is what it is.
There's a fate.
They can't take the 2?
But then there's 1 left over because they failed by 3.
Oh, right. Because they okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The same thing with the snakes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Can they soak all of that?
The snakes are also level 1, so they also can't soak it all. So you're looking at your sub-factions having to take a consequence unless you can boost. And that will take some fate points.
I can boost the snakes.
You can?
Because I can use a fate point, and I just made a 4 resources roll, so I could use that advantage.
Mm-hmm. You have both heroin and businesses booming.
That's true, I do.
And if you use both of those things, then that will put you over and you'll be fine. It's just that you're going to have to like basically sell a bunch of heroin and right, to sort of get through this moment.
I could spend a fate point and get +2.
Mm-hmm.
And then use only one of those advantages.
Yep, but you would need an aspect to spend it on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll let you think about the working women some more. I will spend the fate point to use the aspect of the major goal. Get it together.
Yes.
We can't fall apart now. We're just starting to get it together.
Absolutely.
And then we'll use the heroin. Because I think business is booming is one I want to hold on to and build.
It is done. You boost that heroin, right? You sell that heroin throughout the city in order to sort of like get yourself together. You do not suffer from any consequences from the dead of winter and terribleness and crackdowns and all of that. You spent one of your fate points?
Yep, I spent the snake's fate points.
The snakes don't have fate points.
They have 1 fate point. They get 1 refresh.
They don't have any fate
No?
points.
Then why does it say fate points,
they do.
1
You're
refresh,
right.
1 on their sheet?
They have 1. They do. You're right. That's correct. Sorry. They have 1.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What about you? What about your working women?
Does that mean the working women also have 1?
They have 1.
This might be the time to spend it. Then they can soak that stress.
Yep.
It's the holidays, y'all.
Okay, so I say they're down to 0 fate points, and they take that 2nd stress.
So that puts them at 3, and they have to take. You said
the fate point takes it down, boost it to 3. Now they only have 1.
Yep.
And they can soak 1 stress on top of the other stress they soak. Okay.
What aspect do you use to invoke that fate point?
This was about resource. They're trusted patriots. I feel like they can get their resources anywhere where they are dealing with the patriots of France, right? Right, like the people of France, because they are the women of France, basically.
Perfect. And that said, it is Christmas Eve, and I feel like, please correct me if I'm wrong, that we would pick up, I would imagine, in the Hotel Majestic, perhaps in the Leixner's home. It's probably, you can tell me what time you'd like. I can imagine it's being a little bit earlier in the day. It's a holiday, you don't have to work. And perhaps, of course, Frida is there already, because she's living with you all. And I imagine the doctor might want to come in and check in on them. So perhaps the roses are all in the hotel, in the suites where the Leixners live, unless you want to be in the flower shop. It's up to you.
The hotel's fine.
Yeah, I was about to say, at this point, we can all be at the hotel.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
And
Yes, you
I
can.
think the more we can use the flower shop as like a proper cover.
Yeah.
Like less business there.
We don't have to sneak me out past my attaché if we stay at the hotel.
Exactly.
I have a question. Have any of you been out? What time is it? I would like to know that.
I mean,
I would assume that it's after clinic hours. So at least because Brika would definitely be.
Or you're making calls.
It's also
you are I did say you were my personal physician.
It is also Christmas Eve, and I imagine your clinic is not open.
Probably.
Oh, so we could be gathering for holiday festivities.
You might have yours open, but most things are going to be shut. Most businesses are going to be shut on Christmas Eve.
You could just be making a house call, Yeah. The clinic's not open, but
Yeah. You could be making a house call. We could be having like I don't know what the Germans do for what
you're like in France.
Yes, but
Yeah.
we would be
Yeah, but
celebrating.
we're German.
Yes, you are.
We are German,
Mhm.
so we would be celebrating
Mhm.
whatever the Germans would do on Christmas Eve, which was
Usually be having a dinner. Like they like to have
Yeah.
yeah.
like a fancy dinner.
They have their
Christmas Eve is generally a bigger deal than Christmas Day.
although
in
for the Germans they like
Germany.
the Christ baby comes on Christmas Day in the afternoon.
Mhm.
Oh, that's right. The Christ baby arrives. Yep, you're right.
You lock the doors
I know,
and then
I know.
Mhm.
Yeah, the Christ baby, the scary babies appear.
Yeah.
How
It's what it's called. It's the
apropos.
Christkind. It's yeah.
It's the Chris. You're right. You're totally right.
Mhm.
So what are you doing? And I just want to know what time it is, and I also want to know if any of you have left the house, the hotel so far. It's not
Today?
safe out. Yeah, it's not safe out there, but I just want to know if any of you have, and what time it is.
So we would probably not even prepare our food. We would have food
Oh,
prepared for
of
us and like
course.
delivered.
Yeah,
Okay, so then
there are
I'm gonna-
people who do things for you.
That's what I thought. So we're probably
French people.
preparing, right? A scary baby, Christ baby has
Mm-hmm.
already arrived. So maybe it's like late afternoon before
Mhm.
dinner.
I think
Um,
Frida, keeping up with what she's been doing, she
Mhm.
would have visited the hospital every morning because that's what she's been doing. So
Mhm.
she would have visited this morning.
Uh-huh.
Ooh.
Yeah, and gotten the paper and stuff because she's about reading that newspaper right
I
now.
feel like also the entire time, like Preetham's kind of, because this would be the talk of the town. This is the big news that recently happened. So he might have been like giving updates and talking about and basically hyping up Frida the entire. Oh, look how beautiful she is, and
Mhm.
how loving this couple are, and how thankful we are that they've finally been able to get back together. Yes, holding back the vomit as he says so.
Did Preetam, did you walk with Lindy from the hospital back to the hotel?
Oh. I don't know. Would
Greg's like, no.
no.
I'm just asking if
no.
you were together or were you alone walking the streets? These are just questions I have.
Well, I would have had Martin with me.
Of course, you have Martin with you.
obviously.
Yes.
Yeah, my
Are you
attaché.
asking if I came alone?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's a lot of.
I just
Did you come
I
with
would
me
assume
or did you
so.
go alone?
I feel like he was at the clinic up till then, and he's being respectful in their privacy as a couple. So yeah, I would say that he made it from the clinic or wherever he was at earlier, and on his own made his way to this party. Why, Trooper?
I'm just curious if whether or not you were by
We
yourself
totally could
on
have
the
swung
streets.
by and picked you up. It's fine.
I mean, I'm just curious.
I mean, so here's the question, right?
Mhm.
Have we made a visit to our dear friend? Like, I imagine that Frida and Regina can now hang out rather openly.
Well, she
Yes,
lives
it's
with you now.
great. She
Right.
does.
Yep.
Yeah, I do.
So
And she's talking about her good friend Regina to a couple, people.
yeah.
Not the
So
press,
maybe,
but like the Apex.
well, and no stores would be open today, right? Like
Mhm.
nothing for shopping or.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That is
might be
correct.
like today, like he probably was like doing last minute setup and stuff at the clinic, and then closing shop and thus locking it up.
I mean, if it's safer, Regina could just go with Frida, and we could send the dear doctor straight to safety at the hotel.
I'm just asking just so I can picture it in my mind if people are alone on the streets. That's all.
I've got my attaché. I'm never alone.
For no reason though.
Honestly, I'm going to pipe in here. I would
Do it.
think that if anybody's going anywhere right now, they would at least have Clements with them because of just
The driver.
make-
Because the assassination attempt
ma-
too.
yeah,
That's
make
true.
it making it look like what we've kind of put up and the kidnapping and stuff like that. We've framed Paris to be a little bit more violent than what it actually is. So to play
Yeah.
into all of that,
Point of order, the communists people are assassinating people in the streets a lot. There's a lot of communists walking up and shooting
Well, not as
certain German
often.
officers. Just
Because there's less of them now.
I'm just saying there's a lot of, it was so much so that like it has been that soldiers are not allowed to like walk by themselves on the streets or unarmed because there's been a lot of shooting of people, a lot of assassinations, and then
Well, if we've got, I mean,
reprisals.
it's not like Frida's going to be walking.
no, she'd be driving.
No,
And
I'm being escorted via
Yeah,
car
I'm a
with my
prince.
with
and
Martin.
you're the prince and his doctor, right? Yeah, so you could also take
I feel
like transportation so that y'all aren't just walking the streets.
I feel I have some sort of transportation like that.
Mhm.
Possibly provided by Jean.
That's a good point Greg made. Is that we have a chauffeur.
Mm-hmm.
Send
Well,
Clemens, go pick up the doctor.
The doctor doesn't
Technically, we
have
have those
transport,
four.
but you can
technically-
have somebody pick him up. Yes.
Right. Because technically, didn't you tell us last time that there are 4 soldiers in the lobby of the hotel at all times?
Oh,
that
they're-
if high people leave, they can walk right out with you.
Oh, absolutely.
They're there just to escort.
Yes, they do not want you walking out by yourself because it is dangerous. There was just an assassination attempt on someone. So
if that's still an aspect of the hotel, then I mean that's something that we can use. Those 4.
I was going to say, just because the doctor is naive and innocent doesn't
mean the group is. Yeah.
It's just that the doctor doesn't live in one of the hotels. He's got an apartment in town. I'm just curious if you picked him up or if he walked by himself for no reason.
Yeah.
Clemens or my attaché and I could have picked you up after visiting my husband in the hospital that morning.
I feel like I'm stepping on Trooper's toes if you want to have some type of
no. I just want to know.
I
just want to know.
But I would say that if we were planning on having something,
yes,
like having like especially this like intimate get together, or if it's supposed to be shrouded and then like have other people show up later to make it like a kind of like a very like gathering of like German patriots in Paris type of thing. Because I could have like the Isolde Becker and some of the actors show up that are from Germany. That newspaper guy, but he's Italian, isn't he? The dude no,
he's French.
He's like a couple of those folks. It seemed to like us. We could bring. He would Clements and Oscar would probably pick up the doctor on the way, whether it be because that would only make sense, knowing that it's dangerous, that he would pull up and, he and Clements would.
That's so nice.
Yeah.
you can get us leaving the party, Trooper.
Oh, no. I just wanted to know who's with whom when you're all out of the hotel. So if I gather correctly, we've got the car with Clements and coming to pick up the doctor. So do we have all of you in this car?
No, I think that as long as they have Regina has tables to set and a dress to pick out.
Fair. All right. So not Regina. Oscar, did you go with?
Absolutely. Oscar was probably actually kind of break decorum and work today. Yes, he was out because if the light was good and it was snowing and he actually could capture some of the probably rare decorations, some of the mistletoe and whatnot, just to catch that mood, that moment, that beat of time, and or whatever horse shit he's spinning that day. So he would.
So let's set the scene. At the Hotel Majestic, we have Regina setting up. Well, to be fair, perhaps she's overseeing maids setting things up because this is a 5-star hotel. It's like one of the top hotels. I think still today it still is. They've changed the name though. I'm sure there are people here doing what you tell them to do to set things up as you wish in your home, in your suites. I mean, if you really wanted to do it yourself, you could. But
no, I mean, if other people are going to do it,
they will do whatever you want.
Yeah. I guess the real question is where's she the better German? At her husband's side on Christmas Day or Christmas Eve, right? But don't they celebrate on the 24th, not the 25th?
I believe the dinners they do on the 25th.
Okay. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Am I better suited at my husband's side, or does it look better for me to be home? Does that make sense? I think Regina's going to be wherever it looks best to uphold the facade.
Yeah, you don't need to be with him at work.
Oh, okay. So he's like working.
I'd be on my way home. Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, then Regina's going to stay behind closed doors most of the time, in grief and depression. And then when she has to come out and be Regina, she will and make sure that, I don't know, she'll bark something that's like, you did that wrong, do it again. And make them like reset the table to keep them busy or something.
And what you see are a number of maids, French women, young-ish, various age. I would say they're either quite young or much older, because France has made it illegal for married women to work.
Right.
If you're married, you don't get to have a job, because they believe in the family. So that means that these women who are working are either young enough they haven't been married yet, or they're old enough that their husbands are dead. So you have this sort of gap. And these women, some of them look a little bit underfed. They're all a little bit surly, right? It's Christmas Eve and they're here working to set up your home for some sort of soiree. And they're not exceptionally happy in this moment, but they always smile. They're always polite. And as you order them to move things around.
Oh, Regina, I can't let them be here on Christmas.
They have to be here. It's their job.
I know, but if they could do it, like if she can get them out faster. She wants them on her side, so maybe she doesn't ask them to redo it.
Mm-hmm. Roll me rapport.
No, I'm gonna roll a deceive because I think instead of being like, "Hi, I'm the nice person," who's gonna send you home early, Regina's gonna tell them they all failed at doing it and that they're not any good at it and that she will do it better than they will and that they are to all go home.
Okay.
So she'll roll roll a deceive to lie about how poorly they did and what a bitch she clearly is.
Okay. Okay. That is fair.
A 5.
Oh yeah.
I yell at them. Get out. 9. I say 9. But I slam a teacup against a wall.
I got a 5.
And these,
but I'm deceiving them.
No, I said not a 9.
Oh, I said a 5.
Yeah, that's a 5.
Sorry.
That was 9. These poor women are basically told to leave, and they do. They don't. They have mixed feelings about you, but you get them out, which means you're going to have the entire suite without any kind of exposure until your guests arrive.
Right. Regina will clean up the mess she has made and reset the table.
My friends who are in the vehicle. Yeah.
We're in the same vehicle, or do we take 2?
That's up to you. They can come and pick you up, or you can go with Martin yourself alone. It's up to you.
I feel like it makes sense to pick up and then just go together, especially now if I'm going to be a personal physician for Frida, then I feel that would make sense.
I mean, not to, flaunt it, I'm pretty sure that Oscar's got a pretty baller car. I'm
also
pretty
going to
sure...
say, we wanted to push the Oscar and Pritam being friends.
Yeah, that's the other thing too, yeah.
So we could take 2 cars, and I can try to get Martin even more under my thumb while we're alone in the car together. It'd be great.
Oh, that might work, yeah. So I might go instead with Oscar. And
can I get an awareness? From car 1 and car 2.
Okay.
Can this be any of us, or do you just want from one of us?
Any of you, and I'm going to just tell you, if you like, you can just succeed. You can see the things if you like.
What's the benefit of rolling then? Do we see more if we do better?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
or if you fail, you can be like, nope, don't see nothing. Like if you did not want to see anything.
Hey!
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Mm-hmm,
Nice.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Greg, I'm gonna let you do this because awareness is not my thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, buddy, it's today. It's not mine either because I made a terrible switch before the.
Oh no. Okay, maybe.
There we go.
Let me try as well.
You're too in character.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that doesn't help at all.
Ooh, that's very interesting. Okay. I'm going to just ask you if you would like to succeed at a major cost, car 1, or if you would prefer not to see the things.
Just
Okay. Pritam and Holgar, you've got this wonderful sort of black sort of sedan comes to pick you up from the clinic, moving through the streets of the city. The driver actually, if I remember correctly, you know the roads quite well, and you are able to sort of maneuver from the clinic to the hotel quickly and swiftly, and everything is pretty easy. Like there's really nothing to worry about for you all. And when you arrive back at the hotel, and you make it up there, Regina, your loving wife, is in your space. The place is appointed, I imagine, quite well, with some, maybe you actually have some nice German cookies, some sort of traditional things, and things are sort of laid out, and everything is so lovely up there. Frida's not there yet, but I'm sure she'll be there shortly. If you like, you can chat just a bit while you're waiting for Frida, because I'm sure she won't be late for any reason.
When would we be expecting Frida?
Oh, she should be here any time.
Is she late?
Right about now, she's a little late, but I'm sure she'll be here shortly.
Well, Oscar knows that she was just potentially assassinated or had an assassination attempt on her. So if that's the case, Oscar is going to immediately leave and go in the direction that he would know her to be coming from.
Let's get back into that scene though. So you're all there with no maids in the room, Regina and Oscar and the prince Pritam, and they have just arrived. Regina, they have just made it up there. Frida's not there yet, but again, traffic. Although there's not a lot of cars on the road. I leave it to you.
I think you all catch Regina setting her camera up, like the proper camera, because it's Christmas. We should take photos. She's like guiltily like not at all in a feminine way, in like a dress with lace and like beads and all of this kind of stuff, and she's like squatting, like putting the tripod up, and catches like the door, and she like thinks maybe it's a maid or something, and then sees it's both of you.
Yeah, Oscar would step over a broken teacup.
Yeah.
Pritam cleans up said broken teacup.
Where's everyone?
Hopefully behind closed doors.
Is Frida?
Her husband has the tendency to be long-winded.
Yes.
I imagine during the holidays he will find some extra hot air.
Oscar would start his mental clock.
Right.
This is a lovely place.
Yes, it's decorated for the Fuhrer. And I gesture to the giant swastika above the fireplace that I am desperately trying not to get in the photo.
We also have an original Hitler. Remember that?
That's true. We have Regina points to the wall.
We have a landscape. Really, it's a terrible
poorly
landscape.
done landscapes, and she says, "In fact, the Fuhrer painted this glorious piece."
Is that what they call it now? Okay.
The brushstrokes are really
stupid.
Basic.
It's like they are striving for mediocrity.
I mean, that does take a certain level of talent.
The both of you should keep your voice down. The hotel is full tonight.
And it is true. The hotel is full. Like there are people coming. Like it's Christmas Eve. They do this is where a lot of like people have dinners, and there's a lot of celebrations in this moment. And so the hotel is full of people because again, a lot of people are not leaving the hotel. Like a lot of people sort of do a lot of their work and socializing and this is a massive hotel with like a stage, restaurants. Like this is a place where you can party and have a lot of expensive champagne. So like a lot of people are here and about.
Yes. Well, the food should arrive shortly. If anybody wants to eat.
I'm famished. That would be lovely, actually.
We should wait for Frida to come, since I'm sure she's on her
Our
way.
honored guest, yes.
Sure, she'll be here in any moment.
Oscar would go over to the window.
And it's, soldiers about on the streets, trucks here and there. But no sign of Frida just yet. I mean, she doesn't know that she's not the traffic director like you are, so it's probably just a little bit. It's probably just something small. Hey, Lindy.
Hi, Trooper.
That was
I saw something.
Did you? You did see something. That was a great awareness.
I'd like to think I saw something.
You did. You did.
Good. Maybe good. Probably.
You can ignore this.
Yeah.
You're like that guy in the Suicide Squad that leans forward and thinks he sees something right before that arrow takes him in the eye.
So Martin, of course, opens the door for you.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah.
The back door. And he closes the door behind you. Outside of the hospital, and he gets into the front. Frau Voigt, I hope you are doing well, if I may call you.
Please. Engel. Just Freda Engel is fine.
Yeah. Back to the hotel?
Yeah. That would be wunderbar. Thank you.
Good. And he puts the car into gear, and it just smoothly takes out into the streets.
And like before he takes off, she'll be like, "Oh, I actually had a little something for you. It is the holidays after all." And she would pull out just a little giftaroo for him, because I want him to think that she's.
Would you describe what this gift is? Because I see it in the Discord, but I feel like everyone should know what you just gave your young lieutenant.
Yes. So young Lieutenant Martin Spahn. She gifted him. So it would be like wrapped in like one of these big kerchiefs that she would have been, gotten recently. Heavy with her perfume. A signed record with a lipstick print on it.
And he blushes.
Like a personalized message. Like,
what does it say?
Safer with you around.
He blushes greatly. This fellow, who's about like 24, 25, he's a lieutenant. He's handsome in only the way that people who are young are handsome. He's not like he doesn't have movie star looks, but he's young, right? So he's fit. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, all right,
Yeah, like, so in the car, but he hasn't driven yet. Just like, whoop.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not get you something.
This is
but I will.
Perfectly fine.
No,
you don't have to. Just
no. One moment.
Spending all of this time just, here. I could not ask for anything more.
And he takes the car off, and as you're driving, he takes like a turn that you did not expect down a street or two until he pulls up to a small shop. He's not heading towards, he didn't head towards like the city center. He's head off towards one of the different districts where there's sort of things a bit more aimed towards Parisians or slightly fewer Germans. If you were like if you were a person who was just a German who didn't have a cover agent story, you probably wouldn't know where you were necessarily unless you knew Paris well. But a person who has been here, hello Raiders, how are you? Welcome in. As a person who actually has been around, he's taken you actually to Montmartre, which is like sort of like you've got jazz and entertainment there. And he sort of leaves you he leaves you in the car for a moment as he sort of goes off into a small shop. And that awareness roll comes into play right about now.
Oh boy.
One of the things about Paris at this moment is that the government likes to put up posters all the time. Directives. And these posters are a number of things. Oftentimes recently have been the list of names of people that they've shot and killed. But those posters are all in red, right? There are these red posters that come up with the names of people they've killed. But there's a directive, and you can tell it's in French. And also you notice it's in a couple different languages: French, Russian, Yiddish. And it is a directive that all Jewish people who have any kind of furs must turn in their furs today to they have these addresses or they have these depots. They're not allowed to have furs anymore. Those furs need to be sent back to Germany to the people who need it. and these posters are everywhere. And it's not too long before he comes back in, and he's brought a little music box that he's bought you. It is perhaps a tad more out of his budget than it probably should have been.
Yeah.
But he sort of hands it to you, and he goes, I thought you'd like this. It's sort of for Paris.
And she'll like, wind it and open it up and, have it play.
He smiles.
Beautiful. Really a fine example of Paris. Thank you so much.
And he smiles as he sort of pulls the car off, and it's not too long before you're stopped behind a truck.
Okay.
And you see soldiers going into homes and coming out with furs. And you see people sort of being with furs. And because you're right now not right by the city center where you all are staying most of the time, you're on the outside. And you're seeing a roundup of people's clothing. And it's furs, but then you also see like heavy winter coats also being taken, rounded up, wrapped up. And you see people on the street standing there. No yellow star, because they that has not been mandated in France just yet, but people now without warm clothing sort of standing watching their goods being taken. And you are stuck behind a little bit of a convoy for a while as you see people lose the things that will keep them warm in the worst winter. And it's like 15-20 minutes before you're finally able to sort of make your way out of this sort of congested space, because you're right in that part of town near Montmartre where you get stopped, where there are a lot of sort of Jews who live in this sort of place, and all their stuff is taken. And you finally make it. It takes you a while to get back to the hotel, and he doesn't say anything about what you saw. It doesn't seem like he thinks much of it.
Yeah, I don't say anything about it either. It's just, yeah.
And as you step out, as he opens the door for you, resplendent in your fur coat, he escorts you into the hotel. And I imagine this is probably when Oscar's on his way out to make sure that she's all right. And you sort of...
He'd be like throwing on an overcoat, storming through the lobby.
Oh, interesting. He leaves like after you come in like a very purposeful way, and then you leave to go find Freedom. I imagine once he's gone, Freedom, you'll witness Regina drinking maybe a little too much wine.
And what's up with let's have that split for a moment before we go to break. Oscar, you are storming out through this lobby, which is full of some nice string, like a string quartet in the corner. People are chatting, and it's all very lovely. And as you're sort of storming out, Martin, who is her minder, her attaché, let's call him an attaché rather than a minder.
That's what we've been calling him because it's a nicer word.
Yeah, young fellow, sort of a secretary really, is sort of walking in with her. They're a little bit late. What kind of look is on Frida's face? And he's so happy looking right now. This fellow.
She's got a mask on right now because she's not thrilled with what she just saw. But this is the Pleasant Hotel, and this is Christmas Eve, and she's got to play the part. So Holgar, Oscar can probably tell it's a little too pleasant for her being as late as she is. Although people might not know that.
Yeah. You know that she's late, but they don't. And he sees Holgar, and he goes, and he salutes to you, of course.
Holgar, who wears a wristwatch instead of a pocket watch, pulls it up to his face and walks forward until he is right in front of Martin, like with his wrist and fist right in front of him. How tall is Martin?
Oh, he's like probably 5'8".
Okay, yeah, so he... Yeah. I mean, 6'3", I think is what we said Oscar was.
Yeah.
Oscar comes up and just look. I mean, he just almost like he can't see Martin as he looks, and he goes, and then turns to Frida. The time is growing late.
Yes, we've held up in a bit of traffic. Nothing to worry about.
And then he would just offer like kind of step in front of Martin and offer Frida his arm.
And Martin's just kind of awkwardly standing there, like he's.
And she would take the arm, but she'd look over her shoulder as they start to walk away. Thank you, Martin. Have a wonderful holiday.
Oh,
can I ask something? Clemens is probably stationed here in the lobby, like around the bar area.
Yep.
I like to think
in case you need them.
Yeah,
I think that the person in Paris that would be the most devastated learning that Oscar is resistance is going to be
Clemens.
Clemens, because they probably actually have a friendship.
Yes, yeah. Because he drives you everywhere, right? You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
He would say, if it's okay with you, Clements will be stationed at the bar, because we said he doesn't have any family or anything like that. So if he's stationed at the bar, Holgar would look at him and kind of motion for him to take Martin to the bar. And if he wants to wait here, he can, but he has to be at the bar.
And Clements approaches Martin.
This guy may have been a little bit jealous of Clemens's picture in the paper too.
There's a bit of a vibe between the two of them. It's not romantic. And Clement approaches as Martin.
As he comes over, Holgar's gonna stop and snap like he's just remembered something, and he turns around and takes off the watch, and he holds it out to Clements.
So.
This belongs to my father. This is for you, for your service, for always being on time.
And Clements takes this watch. And Clements is quite muscular. And he puts this watch on. And he looks at Martin, who is looking quite small at the moment. Clements is infantry. Martin is not. Martin is admin, is what he is.
He did shoot somebody, though. We're real proud of him.
He didn't kill them or really hurt them very hard, though. So, yeah. And there's this real kind of a slightly macho oppression from Clements onto Martin, like a kind of a, who are you? You know what I mean? Like, you're, yeah. And Clements takes it, and he sort of gives you the salute, the Heil Hitler salute. And he goes, of course, do you want me to take this one?
Yes, but you give him the respect. He kept this one. And he says to, indicating Frida, he did keep us safe. And this is a holiday, after all.
And Clements, who is like a sergeant, looks at Martin, who's a lieutenant, with... disrespect.
The insinuation from Holgar is on this day in the City of Lights, respect needs to be given.
He tries his best, looking at who he thinks of as a waste of space, and Martin is like being drawn, and he just sort of looks at Frida, and he goes, I just there was, and he sort of pulls out a couple scraps of paper for you.
Oh, thank you so much. If you have anything, any other messages come through and you cannot reach me, you can leave them with Clemens here. I'm sure he could present them to Holgar later.
Yes. They wanted you to sing. You had a request to sing tonight on the radio. If you.
Thank you.
But I could tell them no if you're busy. And like, Clemens is just looming a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she's gonna look at like Oscar, like, well, how late is the event running?
And Holgar, who answers to no one as far as Holgar is concerned, says, we will let you know, as he starts to walk off.
And he nods as Clement just sort of herds him back towards the bar. And Martin goes, Frau Engel, am I dismissed for the day? He says with a little bit of hope.
It is a holiday. You should have a nice drink at the bar with Captain Brown here, and take the rest of the day for yourself. You have the contact information if I need to get on the radio. Thank you.
And he nods as Clemens like kind of forces him towards the bar, and but luckily he has the day off, so he doesn't have to stay too long in Clemens's presence. And as Clemens, and you can sort of see. As Clemens takes Martin to the bar, there are other people who notice Clemens and they smile at him and they give him like good job, and like he clearly is getting all of this respect for being like a hero.
Yep.
And Clemens has been appearing in various scenes of the movie, as promised by Holgar.
Yes.
So. And there is this sort of that going on where, I mean, because look, Clemens is an actual bodyguard and Martin is
a really good daytime like planner and organizer.
Leaving
He's so good at taking calls.
Yeah.
Telling people that I don't want to meet up with them.
As leaving you two to go to the elevator with the elevator operator to take you there. And as you're making your way up, we have, I suppose you might look that there is, there's this request for you, Frida, to sing tonight. And then there's also just one other note.
What does this other note say?
You are again invited.
Oh. My cordially again invited?
Cordially invited.
Oh, so cordial. Yeah.
Knochen would like the pleasure of your company.
When?
He would like the pleasure of your company tomorrow.
Oh, on Christmas Day. How lovely.
And he assumes that since your husband is in the hospital that you don't have anything else to do.
Of course, it's his assumption. She can pencil him in, I guess.
Yes, he's going to be sending a car around to pick you up.
Yeah, wonderful.
He wants to give you a tour of his office building.
Oh, how delightful.
Yes. What's up? What's going on upstairs with our good doctor and our slightly drinking Regina?
Drinking is what's going on.
I think he's definitely giving Regina company and just kind of monitoring and like getting more and more concerned is what it is. And he's just like waiting for the rest of the crew to come back upstairs. Once in a while, kind of looking out over the streets just to make sure, because he hasn't seen Oscar and Frida in a while. So, and kind of just, I think he's just awkward. He's just not really a good. I don't know. He's like, yeah. He's just like, he's just chilling. He's chilling.
Regina.
I think Regina drinks in silence in front of the fire, unless you say something.
I think he does try to like make small talk. I don't know.
What do you say? How small is it?
I love that quote.
Like I imagine if there was a high-backed leather chair, Regina's in it so you can't see her, and all you see is like the hand come out, and like when she puts the glass back down, the wine is all gone, and then you just see the hands like refill the glass of wine. If I could, I'd swivel around with a cat in my lap. Like it's a little eerie, like it's a little off-putting, I guess.
I think the first question is there anybody around
No, because she dismissed all of the maids, and so you have the entire suite to yourself.
Gotcha. So then I imagine him like walking onto the other side and just leaning against the fireplace, and then be like, so how's the leg?
I'm so Regina. She finishes like downing this glass of wine, glass number 2, right? Cup goes down. I like throw the slit back on this very nice dress and show you that the leg is still in one piece.
A little bruised, but it's good.
I mean, like, because that was the leg that I noticed that was very banged up earlier.
It's a little shot.
It's still. Is it still?
Just a little bullet to the thigh. No big deal. Yeah.
Does it look like it's healing?
Yes, you would say that in your assessment. Give me medical.
Actually, I imagine it's probably the leg without the slit. So she has to show you a little extra leg because it's going to be the one she's been hiding.
I would like you to do me a favor, Regina.
Oh, no.
Could you roll deceive?
Yes. Yes.
Awesome.
Um,
You may ask a question about Regina's health. For free, I will tell you, it's healing. It probably hurts, right? But it's looking pretty good. But you get to ask a question, because this is a discover action.
Oh, okay.
Because Regina doesn't like to tell people things, you know.
She's not.
Mm-hmm.
She keeps drinking.
Did we ever have a conversation about how you got wounded?
No.
Mm-mm.
So
That was before Pretum came to the city. Yeah.
I think that would definitely help him with his assessment a little bit better. Just getting to know Regina. He goes, so I feel like at this point he kind of understands Regina a little bit, or maybe not fully. In the time he's kind of here, obviously not fully, but or maybe has an assumption. He goes, so what? If I may ask, what reckless act brought that about?
She lights a cigarette.
Mm-hmm.
She says, "What made you think it was reckless?"
Tell me it's not.
Well, I imagine you've seen a bullet before.
Yes.
It left a gun and found its way into my thigh.
How apt. And then Preetham actually then reaches out into his pocket and then pulls out basically looks like a folded, like one of those folded sheets of paper, and like kind of like one of those small medicine pouches that you can like open up on one end. It's like a powder that you can slip into just water or drink. And he goes,
KP, lean into the mic.
oh, sorry. Yeah. So he kind of so he pulls out basically a little bit of a painkiller and some medication, and then slides it and he goes, you know, for the pain, probably not best with the wine, but
doctor's orders. And she takes it, and she does not take it. She puts it in her God-given pocket, and says, I imagine I will find good use for that later.
I mean, I'm hoping we could use it now for any pain you're feeling now.
Who said I was feeling pain? Finishes a bottle of another glass of wine.
Fair enough. And then he kind of takes his glass and goes, mind if I
Oh, yes, of course. She holds the bottle up, realizing it's almost empty. And it's like, well, you got here just in time. And she kind of fills your glass up, and whatever's left, she dumps into her glass.
It's not even like a full glass.
Yeah. She dumps like the rest into hers.
And I believe this is about the time when Holgar and Frida would make their way up to the threshold of the suite. Before you can open it, my dear friends, your boss waves at you as he's walking down the hallway right before you can go in. And he goes, and he is carrying a present. And he walks up to you both, and he sees the prince. He goes, oh, Your Highness, it's good to see you. Your commentary on the war and what the Americans are doing against Japan was very good the other day. But if you don't mind, Holgar, I have a present for your wife. And he hands over a beautiful and expensive fur, floor length, gorgeous, white, very expensive. And he goes, this is for your wife. I have to go myself. I have something for one for my wife, but please give that to her, and just be prepared to tell me after the holidays about how the musical's going. I'm very excited to hear about it. Happy holidays.
As well, jawohl. And he holds up, in thanks to the fur.
And he sort of nods to the prince, and with a bit of a bow, and heads off, leaving you to enter.
Enter we shall.
Thank you, Raiders. Welcome in. Your husband walks in with this gorgeous, gorgeous, very expensive fur.
Regina does not get out of the chair. She knows that we're coming back. She knows nobody else is supposed to be here. She scared the maids off. She's definitely the Grinch of this Christmas season.
You just hear like Preetham under his breath go, oh, thank God.
I imagine Regina holds up a bottle and says, you're late. There's no more wine.
There's always more wine. And he is going to take more care than maybe one would in like hanging up this coat. Not to protect it because of its expense, but out of respect, because Oscar knows exactly where this came from, even if he didn't see it.
Yeah, Freda's face is up. Now that they're inside, it's gonna have a little like a because that's what stopped in traffic.
Yeah, he would absolutely secure more alcohol.
Oh,
you know.
If you bring back a fresh bottle, Regina's there with an empty glass. She does get up for that. And she says, "Oh, that fur."
He would summon a cart of like wine,
Refreshments. Yeah.
bourbon, just whatever. Scotch, just get it all in, and he would
all
sit.
Y'all's doctor. I'm dying on the inside.
It's the holidays, Pretum.
He's not going to consume the cart, but
but the cart's there so we can have our pick. Yeah.
Or your fill, however much.
Or smuggle some for later for reasons.
Yeah, maybe. You know what? Regina's built up enough rapport over the last 9 days that she can take some extra wine, and I don't think anybody will care. She takes one extra bottle to make a scene of it. Why not? She's playing up the grouchy housewife this holiday season.
Hey, Dot.
Yes.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Would you like a fate point?
I might.
Would you like to know the aspect?
I would.
Exposed is the aspect.
This is an aspect. We're exposed? Oh.
I would like to invoke that aspect and ask you if I might give a compel on that aspect for you for a fate point. I feel like, because everybody's so exposed, that the person who brought the alcohol might talk about your alcohol consumption.
Might tell somebody?
For a fate point. And that person might be a married couple you know. One of the two of the married couple that you know.
I just got a new fur. Please. So I'm a slush. Yes, I'll take that fate point. Yes. You know what? Yes, Regina is living her best lie right now. So we just should lean into it. Though I'm actually probably a little drunk. Yeah, and I take that last bottle. Whoever it is, Regina looks right at them, and she says, "Yeah."
But what about the fake baby?
You're living your best lie, right?
Yep.
Because normally it's your best life, LIFE, but you don't have any F's left to give. So
I don't. See, no F's left to give. Regina goes out. Maybe they even come back with 2 bottles, and she comes out of the door. She's like, "Wait!" She snatches up another bottle. She says, "This one's from me."
What was the other one,
Madame? And it's a young man who's there, who's brought the alcohol. Sort of a Frenchman, slicked hair back, sort of dark hair, sort of dark complected, handsome, not excessively handsome, but handsome enough. And he had this cart, and as you take the second bottle of wine for you, he just nods, and he goes, "Frau Leixner," and he takes the cart away, noting.
I just say happy holidays.
And to you too, Madame.
I close the door with my foot.
As he heads out.
And I hold up a fresh bottle of wine to the group.
Wunderbar.
At the cart, Oscar would turn to both the doctor and to Frida. what would you like? Something to drink?
Please.
And whatever you ask for.
Like whenever you want to pour me, there's
Oscar, because Oscar grew up in the theater, especially during like his, younger years. If you are in the theater that serves alcohol, you're also a bartender.
Oh,
because you never got out of not doing that part of it.
Yeah.
So he's got a little bit of he can handle most things and perform them admirably when it comes to whatever it is you call for. But
let us, as we move into break, as you sat there, I want two things. One, we're going to follow that waiter down the hallway. The fellow who works here. And he heads down the hallway, takes the cart further. He delivers a few more things, and he heads to a phone. Picks up the phone. He makes a phone call. And he says, I just wanted to let you know that as you asked, I am continuing to watch them. Her, specifically. She seems to be drinking quite a lot. Has been for the last few days. No, I don't know why. I do not have that kind of a relationship with her. Yes, she is perhaps a bit tipsy. Of course. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes. There are no maids in the room at the moment. It is they are without anyone else. No. There are the opera singers there. Yes, it's Norman. And the doctor, the one you told me about. Yes. He's also there. Oui? I can let you know if anyone goes, but I don't. They ordered food, quite a bit. I think they're having some sort of evening in. Oui. Of course, I can give you a key. Oui? And he hangs up the phone.
Come on in.
Someone's getting
China's
shot if they just walk in.
I was about to say, come on, China's set, baby. I'm in my best dress. I got my original Hitler on the wall. I dare you to question me.
It is true. Before we go to break, was there anything that you wanted to tell them, Frida?
There's a lot I want to tell them, but specifically, I think, you know what? Let's have the break end on a pleasant note rather than oh, by the way, here's some shit I found out. She'll be like, thank you for the drink. I actually have something for all of you. So, and she'll reach in her bag and start pulling out presents for everybody.
Who do you give a first present to?
Oh, she'll do Dr. Pritam Singh, yeah, because she doesn't know him the best. So she's like, you can, that way you don't have to see everyone else and then you last and get disappointed. You can be having your get first, It's one of those things she thinks about as a party planner, like what order to present these things to people. And so she will come over to Dr. Singh. And she hands you some custom embroidered handkerchiefs for your new practice.
And actually, honestly, he's very touched. He goes, that really means a lot. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm so sorry. I did not have the opportunity to.
Everyone was very busy. I just had someone attached it to hip all week, so I figured I could get a bit of shopping while I was out and about.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Just glad you like it. And then Luke's not here, so he'll get his whenever we see him next.
Yeah, he doesn't get to hang out in the fancy hotels.
He doesn't get to hang out in the fancy hotel, no. Oh, sad boy. And then I think, this one's tricky. Oh, Regina. No, we're gonna do Oscar. Yes. Yeah, we're gonna do Oscar. She will hand you something wrapped up in a handkerchief that just has just a hint of her perfume on it. If you open it up, it's a pair of brass knuckles. She goes, my uncle gives these to me when I was much younger. saying that one should never be without a good method of punching someone in the face, and this might be a bit more effective than your fists. At least leave less evidence on your fists, should the need arise.
He would, not put them on because that's inappropriate, but he would definitely, feel the weight in the palm of his hand as he kind of wraps his fists around the instrument of bludgeoning. And this is a fascinating gift.
Weren't doing any good sitting in my purse. I figured you could put them to better use.
Dankeschön.
And then she would come over to Regina and say, this isn't exactly from me, but it felt like today would be a good day to give this to you. And hand you probably in like an envelope. Inside of the envelope, there is a small photo of Hannah and a small necklace of a ballet dancer.
Which is Hannah when she was younger. It's like a locket.
Oh boy.
Yep. And it was a locket that you had actually had seen on Hannah. You just never knew what was inside of it.
Regina will lean over and give you like a proper kiss on the cheek. And whisper in your ear, thank you. I would think if Frida is astute enough, she might recognize a crack in Regina's voice when she says it. And I think Regina,
she did like the kiss back and give you like a little like friendly squeeze, like,
and she gives you like not good German wife Regina, but like Regina saying Regina. Thank you with a little bit of a crack in her voice, and she'll stand and finish her drink, and she'll simply say, the food should be here soon. I'm not feeling very well. I'm going to lay down. And she'll kind of leave and go and kind of close the door to the bedroom.
Greg.
Yeah.
Would you like a fate point?
I hate it when you ask that.
Do I get to use my brass knuckles?
That's kind of up to you, really. I would like to make a compel based on, have more than one aspect I could use, but I'd like to use ghosts from the past.
Sure.
Would you like a fate point?
Well, since I have to spend one if I refuse this, I'm gonna go ahead and take one. And
really? Cool.
Whatever. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, why not?
Cool.
It's Christmas, right?
Your loving wife leaves the room with a tone. I don't know what the prince is doing in this moment, how he responds to her leaving, or Frida, or Oscar, but I suppose
Frida would have gone back over to Oscar.
I suppose we don't get to find out just yet because there's a phone call.
Since there's no one here to get it for him, he would pick it up. Holgar Leixner.
Monsieur, this is the maitre d' down in the front. I am happy to announce that your mother has arrived. She is on her way up for the Christmas. And that's where we're going to go to break.
Oh boy.
We're going to go to break, everybody.
Before we go anywhere, the cart that I have, is it big enough to like put somebody in?
Put a body?
Out of curiosity.
Yeah, okay. This is a very fancy hotel. It's one of those carts with like because they have to be able to have like stacks of food and whatnot as well.
This is about to turn into a Robert Rodriguez movie. Okay.
It might. So we're going to go to break, everyone, because here's the thing. People are exposed. Somebody just found out that her son, who she's not heard from for quite some time, is apparently in Paris and wanted to come and be with her boy, Holgar Leixner, for the holidays.
Well, am I going to have like mom-in-law duties now? Y'all, Regina's not going to make it through this holiday season.
First off, what are you talking about? I'm not her son.
No. Hey.
But she knows Regina. Okay. y'all, this break is
There's
gonna
no
be
Regina, though.
hella
You
hot.
could be like, Holgar's just
He had to go to work.
So
suddenly.
hey,
I answered the phone.
so
I said it was
Then
me.
another phone call came in immediately afterwards.
Yeah.
How crazy.
So, audience, for those of you who don't know, just in case you're wondering who are new here, these are our secret agents. They are resistance members, and some of them have fake persona. One of them, guess who it is? Oscar, is pretending to be a man named Holgar Leixner, who has been murdered, but nobody knows that. Yeah,
Who said he was murdered?
I did.
I heard they had a wonderful honeymoon
That's true. Yep. Mm-hmm.
in Paris.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I heard he had to get a lot of plastic surgery.
Yeah, yes. I heard.
Mm-hmm. Did you?
Yeah.
Before we go to our break, I would like to go and give the thanks to
Favorite.
those who have given us, who've donated to help pay this cast.
Thank you so much.
Milkfire donated $100, who said, "Please do not forget your Christmas gifts under the tree." And
Aw.
Happy donated $50 and said, "Welcome back, all. We love
Aw,
you. Thanks for
thank you.
continuing to share this experience." And Rissa has donated 500 bits and says, "So good to have the gang back together again. I'm so excited for this one." And also I want to thank Dr. Draftdeer for the 1,500 bits. And I feel like when it's a
Wow.
Christmas episode, you give them moms.
Can we
Because
pass on Christmas this year?
and mother-in-laws, mothers,
Oh.
motherhood.
We're all sick.
Oh,
Mother-in-law, you can't come in here.
I don't know. We're going to break, everybody. We're going to do a 10. Please enjoy some historical radio. Stretch your legs. Hydrate yourself, and we will be back in 10 minutes.
United States forces have struck two telling blows against the Japanese in the Far East. The Army reports this morning from Manila that its planes raided the Philippine town of Vigan, where Japanese troops had established a beachhead and destroyed 26 Jap planes. Japanese fuel and military supplies also were destroyed. Admiral Thomas C. Hart reports the second success with the announcement that American submarines have made 2 successful attacks. A third sub-attack failed, and that's all the Admiral would say. He explained that submarines don't have to report on their missions until they return to their bases, but he had received advance information on these 3 attacks. Manila itself now has had no air raids for 2 days. As for the attack on 2 small Hawaiian islands by Japanese ships or submarines, the Navy indicates that it isn't going to be enticed away from its search for a real battle with the Japanese fleet by such tactics. And the latest information from the Far East is that the Marines still are gallantly defending those 2 tiny specks of American soil in the Pacific Ocean, Wake and Midway Islands. The Japanese are driving fanatically down the Malayan Peninsula, says London. They are still hundreds of miles from the British base of Singapore, but they're threatening Penang, the principal city in northwestern Malaya. The other big British naval base in the Far East, Hong Kong, reports aerial attacks by the Japanese and artillery fire from the mainland. However, the Hong Kong defenders report they have silenced some of the guns the Japs have turned on Hong Kong. Singapore announces Japanese landings in British Borneo, but the English troops already had withdrawn, destroying vital oil wells, refineries, and other important installations. The Red Army keeps on pushing the Germans back from the Moscow front. Today, the recapture of Kalinin is announced, and the Russians say they routed 6 Nazi divisions in the battle. The remnants of these German units are being pursued. The Berlin radio says, quote, German troops are shortening their lines in various sectors on the Russian front, unquote. Here in New York, the City Council has passed a stiff law regarding violations of air raid alarm rules. A $500 fine, 6 months imprisonment, or both may be imposed for failure to obey air raid wardens during an attack, failure to take cover during a raid, failure of motorists to park cars and take shelter. The Admiralty in London says that an Italian general and 19 other officers were aboard a submarine sunk in the Mediterranean. The general was not among the 53 survivors who were made prisoners, the British said. The Japanese island of Formosa has been shaken by an earthquake. That's the official report of the Tokyo radio, which says that 190 persons were killed and 164 injured. A Dutch airplane has scored a direct hit on a Japanese destroyer. This was announced in a communique from Batavia. The communique said all Dutch planes returned safely. This Christmas season, delight your family every day with real Ward's Tip-Top cake. Tip-top in quality, tip-top in enjoyability. The wide variety of Ward's fruitcakes assures a festive treat for every taste at prices for every pocketbook. And don't fail to get Tip-Top Wine Loaf, Tip-Top Silver Queen, Tip-Top Chocolate Layer, to mention only a few of the delicious Ward's Tip-Top cakes. Above all, make this Christmas feast one your family won't forget by ordering Ward's Paradise Fruitcake today, a matchless holiday institution. In its beautiful, reusable blue and white Wedgwood-style container, Paradise Fruitcake is the distinctive Christmas gift, too. Order it and get plenty of Ward's Tip-Top cakes from your grocer today. Give your family a tip-top Christmas season. This is Glenn Riggs inviting you to listen in to the morning news of the world at 8:45 tomorrow morning on WJZ, presented by the makers of Ward's Enriched Tip-Top Bread. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Come in, San Francisco.
London apparently is gloomy about Hong Kong holding out. But the latest word from the colony itself is that Americans there are all right and that its fortifications are strong enough to resist all efforts at invasion. A mile away on Kowloon mainland, 3 Japanese gun positions are pictured as silenced and air raid casualties are described as light so far. Perhaps the heaviest battle of the Far Eastern theater is being waged on the northwest Malaya front. There the Nipponese are smashing forward in a drive aimed at Singapore. The Pacific coast is being educated in the ways of war today. Civilians up and down the stretch of seaboard are busy memorizing rules, what to do in an air raid alarm, how to spot Japanese planes, where to go if injured, how to deal with fire bombs, and do your Christmas shopping early has that new meaning. Shop before noon. The stores are opening earlier in the morning, closing earlier in the evening. Last night, a familiar sight before the war came back to San Francisco. The cheerful glow of neon lights, the business district's coat of many colors, was restored to the city. This after a neon blackout of over a week. Those now in operation conform to the new ordinance. They no longer run on time clock devices and can now be put out manually at the moment the warning signal sounds. Governor Olson has called on California's legislature to convene in a special session on Friday to make appropriations for the State Guard and augment the state's emergency fund. Meanwhile, San Diego has put up a portion of its State Guard on a war footing, calling several hundred men to full-time duty. The people in the San Francisco area have learned that blueprints for constructing home bomb shelters will soon be released to the public. The plans are said to be simple enough for the average householder to use in making his own at a cost of about $150. Incendiary bombs have been rushed to the city by the Army experts so that pick squads of firemen, policemen, and other city employees can see actual demonstration of the handling of the fire bombs. Civilian groups also will be taught protection against war gases and how to form protective squads for industrial plants. While this program takes form, electricians have begun installing 8 huge air raid sirens at elevated points throughout the city. Incidentally, if an air raid alarm should be sounded in the morning before school starts, the all clear is not sounded before 8 a.m., there will be no school that day. Not business as usual, but Christmas as usual is the slogan of the hour. Come Harahito or high water, Santa Claus is coming to town on the West Coast. The people along the Pacific are busy wishing each other a happy, not a jappy New Year. Mayor Rossi of San Francisco has announced that the city by the Golden Gate will celebrate Christmas as usual. Civilian defense authorities are on record with a statement that there is no reason for canceling Yuletide parties. However, 3 suggestions have been made. One, to be sure the gathering place for the get-together can be blacked out. The second, have all the guests come before dark. Ask all the guests to arrive at varying times if the affair is large enough to create traffic congestion. And now here's a late bulletin just handed me from Chongqing. Chinese forces are reported to have delivered successful attacks north of besieged Hong Kong, compelling the Japanese to shift reinforcements to cope with the Chinese threat to that rear. This is the NBC Newsroom in San Francisco. We take you now to the newsroom in Washington.
This is Morgan Beatty in Washington. The economic wing of our fighting force has revealed for the first time the fact that Japan is not going to starve to death in this war, at least not anytime soon. These economic soldiers, and they are soldiers, as important in the long run as fighting men, have studied for several years the productive capacity of our potential enemies. These nations have all been rated, and these ratings are carefully backed up with facts and nothing else. Today, the experts disclose that Japanese probably cannot be starved by a naval blockade. Japan is self-sufficient in food. Our economists have noted Japanese reports of rice shortages. These deceptive reports apparently have been circulated to get the Japanese people ready for rationing and to make us think there is a food shortage in Japan. The most careful authorities on economic warfare rate Japan fifth and last among the great powers. But they have reached the astounding conclusion that Japan is also self-sufficient in steel and iron, thanks to heavy American imports of scrap in the past and their own sources. And German ersatz machinery has played a part in that, too. That means Japan is weak in four essentials of war: oil, aluminum, tin, and rubber. She is weakest of all in oil resources, and that cannot be stressed too often. Military economists, for that reason, point to Burma and Borneo as the logical points for Japan to strike hard in the near future. Known Burmese oil production is about 1 million tons a year. Borneo production about the same. Japan produces about 2 million tons a year, including synthetic products the Germans have shown them how to make. She has stored much oil, too, but how much is not known. This leads the economists to believe that Japan has no more than a year of high-speed, all-out warfare under her belt. However, these economists warn us not to assume Japan cannot fight for more than a year. Japan is not now fighting all out. She can keep up the kind of war she is now conducting for several years. The Japanese are practicing hit-and-run warfare for the moment. They're trying to make each expeditionary force count to the hilt with an absolute minimum risk of their fleet and their reserve defense forces. Naval experts, qualified to gauge Japanese strategy, constantly refer to our submarine force. The Japanese naval authorities are aware of this force, so there's no use keeping it secret. Today, we scored 2 conspicuous victories with our subs, but it cannot yet be told exactly what these successes were. Tokyo is boasting about their knowledge of our submarines for some reason. The Japs say they know we have 20 long-range submarines operating in waters near Japan, and these submarines are capable of guerrilla tactics. That means the Japanese think they're independent of our fleet, perhaps. We're letting them think what they please. Incidentally, the experts are aware of the very clever type of propaganda warfare the Japanese are waging. It is effective only if the reading and listening public in this country relaxes in its duty, and that duty is to avoid jumping at weird conclusions based on Japanese propaganda. Take today's clever Tokyo release. The Japanese tell us they have broken the encirclement of Japan by the capture of Guam. If you take a hasty look at the map and see how close is Guam to Japan, you might be tempted to agree that this is a great Japanese victory. But if you're careful, you will realize the apparent purpose of that statement is to trap Americans into conceding that we have been trying to encircle Japan. We have never tried to encircle Japan. As for Guam, our own naval communiques merely say Guam has probably been captured. The conquest of tiny Guam, even if the Japanese have taken it, has no strategic importance to us whatever. It is too close to Japan for us to worry about at this stage of the war game. In other words, we're not going to risk large sections of our fleet right under the noses of Japanese air power until our strategists get good and ready to do that. They may be ready to do it tomorrow. They may not be ready for a year or longer. Nobody except the high command knows it, and nobody is going to reveal it. That's all for now.
NBC has brought you up to the minute on the news with bulletins from New York, the latest in the Pacific Theater from San Francisco, and Morgan Beatty speaking from Washington. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening, everyone. This is John W. Vandercook speaking for Alka-Seltzer, bringing you the news of the world. In the Philippines today, the American and Filipino forces have generally successfully taken the offensive. The 3 small fragments of Luzon, which the Japanese have taken and still hold, at the uppermost and lowest tips of that big island, have all been under American attack. At a captured Philippine airfield near Vigan, 25 Jap planes at once were caught napping on the ground and raked into uselessness by machine gun fire and by well-placed U.S. bombs. Also, somewhere or other, we are not told exactly where, American submarines have drawn their first blood against ships flying the flag of the rising, or is it setting sun? Elsewhere, the Japs have gained. Invading troops have secured several firm footholds on the coast of British Borneo in the state of Sarawak, and the British have there been forced to destroy in retreating one of the best small oil fields in the whole of the British Empire. And now, before we take our fast nightly journeys over both of our boundary oceans, for direct news from the active battle areas, here is a brief message from Charles Lyon.
Nervous indigestion. Ever hear of it? Ever have it? Well, nervous indigestion is the occasional byproduct of busy days when you work hard and eat too fast and at the same time try to get a little Christmas shopping done. But there's something you can do about the distress of nervous indigestion, and that's take Alka-Seltzer. Yes, drop an Alka-Seltzer tablet or two into a glass of water like this. Now watch it sparkle and listen to it fizz. Then drink it. See how quickly Alka-Seltzer's effervescent alkalizing solution relieves your discomfort and reduces excess stomach acid. It's pleasant to the taste, and it is not a laxative. So remember, for nervous indigestion, be wise. Take Alka-Seltzer. Get it at any drugstore. And now, the news of the world.
First tonight, for direct short-wave radio reports from across the war-menaced Pacific Ocean, we take you now to San Francisco.
From the San Francisco newsroom, we now take you across the Pacific to Chungking. Go ahead, Chungking. Come in, Chungking.
Hello, San Francisco. Hello, San Francisco. We were not able to pick up Chongqing yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, we regret that we cannot contact Chungking at this time. We take you now to Manila.
Hello, NBC. This is Bert Silence speaking from Manila. It is now a few moments after 9 o'clock in the morning, Philippine Daylight Saving Time. Another night of peace has been ours to enjoy. Headquarters of the United States Armed Forces in the Far East announced at 7:30 this morning that there was no change in the situation during the night. It appears that the casualty list in the sinking of the inter-island steamer S.
Hello, everyone. We're back. I'm just going to say something. I was just sitting here as the GM taking some notes, and I was listening to my players talking about Holgar's mother and what kind of friendly...
How lovely of a woman she is.
How lovely she is and how friendly they plan on being.
Is she lovely, though?
Well... So, everyone, when we last left off, I hope you had a lovely break. I hope you enjoyed the radio. When we left off, our protagonists Regina was a little drunk, a little distressed, because she got a present from Hannah through Frida. Hannah being a doctor who's a Jewish doctor who had to leave the country with her mother and father, taken out by, sort of escorted out by a fellow named Dmitri, that Regina had some feelings for, and she is now gone in terms of being safe. And as they are sort of sitting there, sort of about to sort of confer and sort of think about what they're going to do, because they've got a lot going on, they get a call. Well, first they learn that somebody's watching and reporting on behaviors.
But we don't know that.
But you don't know it. But what you do know is that Holgar Leixner's mother has arrived and is on her way up to the hotel suite there in Paris. Holgar Leixner being Regina's husband, except that Oscar's not actually Holgar Leixner. He's lying about that one. But nobody in Paris actually knows the real Holgar Leixner, which has been very convenient, but his mother has arrived. Yeah, that's where we left off. So, shall we? You have some time before she's going to get here, because she has to, like, take the elevator and all of that.
Well, Regina doesn't know yet.
And Preetham doesn't know.
And I'm just sitting next to Oscar, like standing nearby, because I went over to hang out with him before the phone rang, and I'm just looking at him like, who the fuck is it?
Oscar would cradle the phone, sniff, inhale, walk past the doctor and Frida and say, my muzzle's on the way up, and go to the bedroom, and he would open it. He would open the door to the bedroom, and he would stand there and say, I think you should know that your mother-in-law is on the way. Holgar's mother is here.
What do I know about this woman? Because Regina was legit gonna marry this man, regardless of how much she wanted to. So she's got to know a little about who her mother-in-law was gonna be.
Your mother-in-law is a force of nature. Large, super huge four-armed German woman who is a flurry of activity. She is a little controlling. She has very strong opinions about many things. She was not happy that she was not allowed more control or influence over the wedding to be. She wanted a lot more influence on that, and she was upset that that was not the case. And she did insist, of course, that you wear this wedding dress that she got for you.
Which I did, kind of.
That was...
Frida actually wore it to escape Berlin.
It's true. Frida wore it to escape Berlin, which was really expensive, but maybe not classy, if you know what I mean. If you are a kind of person who cares about class in a kind of a elitist, sort of snobby way, she is not old money. But
interesting.
Holgar has a lot of influence now, right? I mean, a lot of people were not nobles and did very well in Nazi Germany, right? Like, there's like a lot of people who were in different sort of spaces sort of came into power and prominence, and she is not one of your circle. Like, and she was not the circle that your father hung out in. She was not like the most important person in Berlin. She's not one of the important people. As he rises in power, she would get more influence, of course. But
so I'm hearing that she's not going to be super missed, is what was hearing until you said that last thing.
Is his father still around?
His father died. So his father's not alive, but his mother's alive, and she's
How did his father die?
Oh,
honorably.
Yes, he did.
Okay. Okay.
But she is a busybody. She's a little self-important. She is loud, a little irritating. Likes to insert herself into things. You asked if she was a busybody offline, and I would say kind of. but not necessarily like in a.
As if she was a gossip.
She's Jein, to use the German word. In that she's not a deliberate gossip where she's like, oh, I'm going to tell you all the gossip, right? She's not that kind of person, but she likes to boast, right? So she likes to boast.
I see. Like, I met so-and-so the other day.
Yes.
Blah, blah, blah. So it's not really about like bringing people down the way a lot of gossip is. It's more of like to boost herself.
Yeah. And so there's so she spreads information in ways that make her
question
more important.
This fur coat, how big is it?
Oh, it's floor length.
No. Will it fit her forearms?
Oh, yes.
Great. When Regina hears, she stands immediately and looks at Oscar. There is probably a genuine moment of fear because this is not a quiet German woman, I imagine. Yeah, great.
She's
great,
loud.
Great.
Oscar would only have one question as he looks at her: do we kill her?
9. She is boisterous and influential, or at least she thinks she is.
Is she more important than killing members of the Third Reich? This is what is at stake now.
Are you prepared to mourn the loss of your mother on Christmas Day?
I am already doing that.
Publicly.
And Holgar will mourn nothing.
I think it's a lot easier to trick her. She may be loud, but she's not very smart. Let me meet her. Take her around to meet the influential people in the building who give us time to cover. I suggest you take an injury to the face and have the doctor patching it up when you arrive.
I can't answer questions that she would ask me about Holgar's past, not without you feeding them to me.
Well, then it's a good thing that we communicate well. All we need to do is get her drunk and make her feel special. Introduce her to the right people.
If we need some help, I could do an impromptu performance, or if you need to cover up any loud noises.
Very pleased to see
do an
the
impromptu performance.
He would turn to Frida and then back to Regina. I was rushed away to the radio station. The singer here must perform for over the airs.
And if we decide that she must depart this Christmas Eve,
he turns to the doctor.
It would be wise of us to blame it on, say, communists are trying to assassinate everyone.
Hey, KP.
Don't say yes. Don't take it. Whatever this.
I'm just asking a question.
Never just asking a question with you, Trooper.
I'm just curious. I'm just wondering, how the doctor's feeling hearing them talk about murdering some woman. I'm just asking.
He's absolutely shocked. But at the same time, I mean, he just doesn't understand. At first he's like, oh, it's just his mother. And then they're talking about killing said mother. And then all about how this is not their mother and, or not really the mother-in-law. And just like all sorts of, and then like his brain is trying to like catch up. And at the same time, possibly avoid such a level of confrontation. Oh man.
Does she smoke?
Oh, of course. Not in public.
Wonderful. I look straight to the doctor and I say, I know that you will push against option B. So I say option A as we try to...
There's a knock on the door.
Play it off. Regina brushes past.
She as you're walking by, Pritham grabs he has his medical bag near enough that he can grab it and just kind of just shoves it into her arm. He goes, "You do what you want with it." Because no, he doesn't understand. He's just like, grab what you can.
Is what kind of quick drugs are in this?
Definitely morphine.
Great. I grabbed that. Is it in a syringe?
Yes.
Fantastic. She's got a big forearm. Okay. I can't miss. I can't miss.
Oscar's gonna stop Regina for a second.
I put it away. I slide it into hidey hole.
I am going to leave here with Frida right now, Susa back. We are going to go and actually perform, to have her turn on the radio. She will hear And if you can't work something out, then at precisely 11 p.m., you say that I have called and I told you to come and bring her to the radio station. On the way, she will be killed by communists. If you figure something else out between then and now, then don't bring her and tell her that the radio is where we will meet. Otherwise, I am going to kill her at 11. And he leaves with Frida.
Great. Regina immediately grabs an old hat box. I slide the bag, the medical bag, back to Preetam. Why is Preetam here? That's the other thing.
Personal physician. You might be expecting.
This is gonna be bad. Oh, don't do it to me. Okay,
do it.
God, Regina downs the last of the wine in the downs the rest of the last of the wine. She takes a hat box, a nice one, and she takes the fur coat immediately off and drops it in the hat box and makes it look very purposeful. That gets that way already. And I go quickly.
I sit you down, and then I take out my why am I blanking? My stethoscope. Yes. And then I'm just
Regina grabs you and she goes, save the theatrics. We're going to need them. I should answer the door.
The door knocks again.
Do I look?
It's like a pregnant woman.
I open it. I'm not even pregnant. I open the door. I open the door with a bright smile. I don't know what they call mother-in-laws in German, but that is what I say.
So what you see is many boxes.
She's carrying them?
Many boxes. And also luggage. And there is a bellhop next to her, also with luggage. And she's in a fur coat, not as expensive the ones that you have. It's sort of like a plain one. But she's carrying all these. You can't even really see her face, but you can see a feather on her hat that's sort of poking out from above the boxes. Oh, you know it's her. And you see the luggage, and you see all of these boxes, and you see this bellhop who, if eyes could speak, they might say, "Kill me now," as the bellhop is sort of standing there, and you just, as the door opens, you can't even see her face. She just pushes her way in. If you don't get out of the way,
I do.
She will run into you.
Yes.
And as she just sweeps in, and she heard your voice behind her rustling, and she goes, "Oh, darling, so good to see you." And she doesn't even see you just yet. And she just sort of moves in, and you can see her as she walks in, and she's sort of looking around, and she just places these boxes on the couch. And she goes, "Oh, darling, so good to see you." And she comes in, kiss, and she goes, "Well," and then the bellhop rushes in and comes in with he's got a cart with 3 or 4 large suitcases with him, and he sort of wheels them in and drops them off.
I immediately give him a tip and shoo him away.
He hesitates for a moment because this whole thing is pretty weird for him, and he just
did I stutter?
He leaves. And
I go, around. Mother.
Oh, darling. Who are you?
Well, hello, madame. And he immediately runs forward. You can clearly see the stethoscope on him, clearly.
Doctor.
He kind of runs. Oh yes, hi. My name is Dr. Preetam Singh. Pleasure to meet you, madame.
The doctor is very influential here in Paris.
Oh, well, this is very... There's my boy.
Well,
the esteemed sir is actually a little bit busy right now. I'm just making a house call for our wonderful mistress here.
She
I think what Dr.
gives
Preetam is...
a look around the room, and she walks over to the fireplace. She puts her gloved finger across the top of the fireplace to see whether the dusting has been done properly. She checks.
I am surprised by your visit, but not entirely. I have many gifts for you.
Ooh, there's my son.
Unfortunately, he was called away to work, but for good reason. You will hear him and the Nightingale on the radio this evening. Your son, Christmas Day here in Paris.
I need a deception roll.
Okay.
Is there a way I can assist?
Do you have deceive? If you can give her a +1.
Do you have deceive? You don't seem like a deceptive human.
I have.
Oh, you did!
Yes.
He's been trained as a spy.
So I get a 1.
Yeah, baby.
I have met this woman before.
It is true.
So nothing there. What I get? I got an 8 legendary. Your son, and I swoon a little bit and I say he is rather talented. And since we have made friends with the Nightingale here in the city, they are topping our Christmas off with a perfect performance, no doubt.
But he was on the phone. He was here just moments ago. I rushed all the way up.
Madame, but you must understand, when the head office calls, and if it's an assignment as this, it does good to rush over, regardless of what preoccupation you already have. Trust me, as the radio host as well, I know the feeling.
But he did leave you something, as all good sons are wont to do.
Oh?
She goes over to the hat box, and she brings it over to Mother Dearest.
Ooh. And she takes off her coat, and she looks around to hand it to someone, and then she hands it to the doctor, and then she puts on the new fur coat.
Yes, I take it and hang her old one up. Yeah. You look smashing.
Might I say, Madame, I already was enamored at your health, and that fur coat just. As a doctor, I can let you know that I've never seen a more robust and healthy woman, and a beautiful one at that. And that coat, I've never seen it suit anyone better.
Now, while we wait on his return, I thought we could make our way around the hotel, and I could introduce you to all the right people.
Perhaps I can fix you up a glass of wine before you head out?
Yes.
I'm sure you're tired from your journey.
But before any of that, I have a present for you.
I love presents.
And then she stops. What are you doing here, Dr. Singh? On a Christmas?
Well, that is the...
She hands you a box.
I take it. Well, that is another present. We hoped to surprise you when we made our return to Berlin, but it seems that you beat us here.
Well, it's been so long since I've seen my son with no word.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Did they not deliver the letters?
No.
We wrote to tell you of our extended and beautiful honeymoon in Paris and his successes at his job.
Well, I mean, it's very nice to see after what you did at the wedding the first time. And I'm very upset you didn't invite me to the second one. I'm not quite certain exactly when and where that second one happened.
Well, do not. I put a gentle hand on her and the fur coat, and I say, well, sometimes when you are deeply in love, you have to do rash things.
Well,
we are the talk of the town, of course.
Yes, well, I wasn't even there to see my son get married, and you stood him up at the altar and everything. I was very scandalized. Everyone was talking about... Well, I imagine if your mother was still alive, she would have been shamed by your behavior.
Yes, I imagine so.
But perhaps something a bit more celebratory then, to make up for this bad blood. Would you like me to give the news, or would you?
Well, since I am not a professional doctor,
open.
You give the news. Oh, open the present, right. I pop the box.
Guess what's inside?
What is it?
Baby clothes.
How perfect timing! How did she know?
Well, Mother Dearest,
And also
simply
underneath the baby clothes, if you go underneath them.
Yes.
I hate to do this to you, Dot, but I do care. A pair of running shoes.
Oh, is it like because you ran away?
Oh, they're my size.
Yes, they are.
You just simply know how to size up a woman. Well, it seems that your gift preempts our news.
Are you clairvoyant, perhaps? Because, well, I'm happy to announce, Madame, that you are going to be a grandmother.
Well,
that was my purpose for today's visit. Our mistress here was a bit out of the weather and called for me, and I just made the diagnosis as you arrived.
Yes, I'm with
How
child.
give me that deceive roll, my dear doctor.
With the +1. You can take it with the +1 because I'll help you with this.
Oh God. Okay. Come on.
I rolled a -1, which is poor, so that's great.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to re-roll that.
Oh.
Yes.
I'm gonna spend one of my fate points.
Okay.
And I'm going to use the aspect does not trust her daughter-in-law to justify that reroll.
Well, I hope you are as excited as we are. Looks like I won't need these running shoes after all.
And she goes,
well, as a doctor, I could mention that a little bit of exercise could be beneficial.
I give you the stink eye. As
she puts her hand on your wrist, Regina, as she smiles at the doctor. And she says, well, if you are, with child, that is good news. And that makes everything that I was about to say even better and easier. And I'm sure you'll be very happy to hear that I will be moving in with you. If you are pregnant, I certainly can't have you be by yourself.
Oh, do not fret. I am not by myself. The Nightingale stays with us. She is a wonderful comfort.
She pats your shoulder in the most condescending way. But you need a mother around. I mean, I've had multiple children myself, and, well, I know all about it, and you, after your mother died when you were so young, you've just not had a maternal figure in your life. And so I'm so glad that I can do that for you here.
Well, your kindness filleth my cup. I fill it with wine. And then I drink some. And then I turn to her and I say, you know, I imagine your son, he goes live at 11 p.m.
Ooh.
Would be very, very interested in you seeing what he does.
I can see my son. Ooh.
Here's to hoping. Actually, I was thinking maybe the doctor here could go with you. I am feeling a little under the weather, and Holgar has not received the news. I'm sorry, no. Yes. Y'all, too many names. Did I slip? Damn.
No, you
okay,
didn't.
no, I'm good. Okay. He has not heard.
Dot, that was the most airplane thing I think I've ever seen. What? Yeah, I
was like, wait, who am I today? Okay, I'm good. I'm still in cover. I go, Holgar has not heard the good news. And what better Christmas gift than from the mouth of his mother?
Yes.
So we have a private driver. One of them has already left, of course, with Holgar, but why don't you and Preetam will escort you so you are not alone. Take the car out, and I'll stay here and rest my weary running feet.
Oh, you should not be standing about at all. Let me tell you something, Regina.
Yes.
I will be here as long as it takes until the baby comes, and I will take care of you and make sure that you do not run about or anything like this, and I will keep my eye on you to make sure you're healthy, with this doctor, of course. Ooh. Now you, doctor, you have some sort of accent. Where are you from?
Well, I'm actually from Oxford. I'm
Ooh.
Oxford trained. Completed my practice there as a pediatrician.
A pediatrician.
And also it's in general practice as well, but also I've specialized as a pediatrician and as a did they have OBGYNs?
He's a wonderful female doctor.
Yeah.
And she narrows her eyes at you, Pritam, clearly scheming something.
Okay.
And she leans in a little closer, and she says, well, if that is the case, I should tell you I've been having this terrible pain in my back, and I feel like you should perhaps look at it, perhaps, and is there something you can do? Every time I sort of stand up, I get this little sort of crack in my back.
Yes, Pritam loves looking at things under clothes, don't you, Pritam?
Yes, I do. So much.
Also, I have a thing with my knee as well. You know, being the age that I am, still young at heart, it's very difficult for me, and I really feel as if going up, you know, I really feel I could be so much better. I want to see my son.
Yes, let us escort you out of the building. Dr. Pritam, you wouldn't mind, would you?
Absolutely not. Would you, madam? I would love to escort you.
She stops, and she's about ready to leave, and she stops and she sees the plate of German cookies. And she walks over to them. She picks one up and she sniffs. These are not homemade. And she drops it on the plate.
They were prepared for us. We'll work on that when you return.
You've never been a good cook, you know.
Well, some things are learned skills.
Well, I will teach you exactly how to be the wife that my son needs.
Well, I look forward to that.
I look forward to it as well.
Pritam's just looking so fucking awkward.
Come, mother dearest, let me walk you out and assure that you are escorted by only the most fashionable of Perry.
I know that you are so... As you are, you don't need to escort me. You're with child, with my grandchild now, so just sit yourself down and don't do anything at all. You're not still doing that sort of mathematics or whatever it was you did. What is it you did?
No, most of my days, those are days of the past. Most of my time now is spent shopping and preparing our wonderful home.
Well, good. Doctor, I was always a little bit distressed. I want to ask you a few questions about children, and do you think that the child will take after my son?
Well, with such a robust genes pool, I would imagine it would be a clear winner.
Oh, good.
Perhaps we can talk further out.
Oh, yes.
I would love to escort you around town, and perhaps...
Pritam, make sure she gets the best view of the city. And I know all the streets of this city, right? Wonderful. I would like them to take a really like a side street where, say, if a sniper were to shoot through the window and clear this problem right up, a commie, I mean, maybe nobody would see. Cool.
I would want a fate point for that.
Cool, can do. That is a fate point. Worth it. Plus, the setup's perfect. Holgar is off the hook. Mama never sees him, and she's killed by commies.
This way, madame. You do not convey this to me.
I do not. I just tell you to make sure the driver takes a very specific street.
And she puts her hand out for the prince. She puts her hand out. So, England. Well, you know they're the enemy now.
Well, that's what I'm here for. I mean, I do know personally, and as of Indian origin, I know the atrocities the British Empire has committed, those British dogs.
Did I tell you about the atrocities that I was subjected to? She says as she starts walking out. Well, first off, I want you to know that those French did not give me the respect that I deserve, and I have many stories to tell you about Regina, she says as she walks out with the prince.
And as he's walking, I'm assuming that she kind of actually just, understanding her personality, she probably just grabbed his hand and is pulling him at this point. He just turns around at the most
take your time.
As soon as he hears that, he turns around with the most puppy dog eyes at you.
Okay. As soon as the door closes, Regina is taking off of her dress and like putting on street clothes. She's got to try to get out of here with the gun in hand to make this work.
So, Holgar, good old Oscar and Frida.
I'm gonna be singing on the radio.
What are y'all doing?
I assume the office is pretty empty. I mean, it should be. Right? Well, I mean, Holgar doesn't give, or Holgar, Jesus, Oscar doesn't give a shit about Holgar or whatever he's doing. So, you know, his mom's here. Who cares? He goes and grabs like a bottle on the way out. Makes it very, you know, I mean, just kind of tucks it under his arm.
Yep.
And as they're leaving, you know, he would call to Clements to, you know, bring the car around. They're going to the station to, there's been a summons, you know, making maybe even like leaving that note that Frida had, you know, like putting it down.
Get a lullaby.
Everybody needs to have the spirit of the season. And so here we are, we're going to provide it.
Jawohl.
One of my favorites is I'm going to be singing a Klinglöckchen.
Oh. And Clements doesn't really listen to opera, but he's respectful.
That's just a common Christmas song.
But he's not it's not like he knows you a whole bunch. You know what I mean? Like he's helped rescue you, but he's not
he's like, she's famous or something. Whatever.
That's basically where he's at. He's like, oh, she's famous or something. And he sort of like and there's like a little moment. And he goes, Fräulein Engel, if you would, I think the maitre d' wanted to speak with you. The man at the desk?
Shall we go talk to the maitre d'?
The minute she leaves and is out of earshot, he sort of leans in to Holgar. Sir, that Lieutenant, Martin Spahn, he left, but I have to tell you something. The way he spoke about her, I think he has some sort of inappropriate feelings for her.
Was he speaking as he's too familiar with?
Yeah.
There's some things that you must, you know, there's talk. The boys always talk as the soldiers speak. Just maybe some things that could get back to her husband in the hospital.
Of course, sir. Also, one other thing, but I have been memorizing the lines that you gave me. There are only 4 of them, but I have them all memorized. So if I'm going to be speaking the next time, I have them memorized.
Okay, let's see that. Everyone! And he turns to the lobby.
And you are loud, and the lobby sort of hushes a bit. There's still things happening in the corner. The maitre d' looks at you and is like, I didn't call you, madame.
Yeah.
As Holgar barks for quiet, and people start sort of looking to see what's up.
And Holgar, almost like a manager for a boxer, comes around behind Clements and puts his hands on his shoulders and literally like massages into the man's big kind of frame. This is Germany. And he indicates Clements. His words are mine. As a gift to both of us and to Germany as a fatherland. I would beg just a few seconds of your time.
Kenny steps forward. And he goes, Madam, where you are going is this way. Watch your step.
I'll say it again, but this time, I want you to whisper it. Just loud enough for these people to hear. As if you are speaking to her, not with the command, not with direction, but with a hint of what, and he kind of indicates Martin, what he would say to her.
And if I can kind of get that they're colluding, I'll cast my glance over at that moment, that perfect opportune moment.
And I want to see, can I assist him in this?
You both can, because you both have performance.
Right.
Uh-huh.
And he goes, that'll be a 4 with your assist. And he goes, Madame, this way. The door's open.
And he knows it sounds good. And he looks around at everybody in the lobby. And
Freda will start the clap.
Yeah, from behind, he goes like this.
And he picks up his rifle, like, feeling like this is great for him. I will take you where you need to go. Madam?
Brings the car around. We are off to the radio.
Before I leave the maitre d', because he's like, I didn't summon you to you didn't summon me, but I would love to comment on how phenomenal the food and the service here have been. Thank you so much for your hard work.
I'm going to need a roll from you. I'm going to need a rapport.
I would love to roll a rapport because this is a genuine thing that Freda is. And, it's fair.
He looks at you, and there's a moment when it seems like, because you've been nice to him before, that he might be caught. And at that moment, he catches Holgar, who's such an asshole, and is like, has been an asshole all over the hotel all the time. And just sort of catches Holgar and Clements, like Aryan Superboy Clements, and also Aryan Superboy, like, they're just so that, right? And he sees them both, and it's just that moment where you can see there was like a moment, and it kind of just shuts down as he sees them. And he just sort of nods.
Slowly over time. Yeah, it's fine.
And you are left in the lobby as upstairs there's a plot to murder your mother-in-law.
Go back over to Holgar and be like, oh, let's leave, I guess.
He brings the car around.
Yeah.
And he turns around and he basically, for the first time, it's being magnanimous. It's the holiday season. Holgar will offer a bow to everybody at the bar and everyone to turn to provide, as Clements leaves, he looks at them and he says, "Thank you, sons and daughters of Germany."
And there's a weird mix of behavior. All the Germans clap. There are some French people who clap and some who don't.
And that's why, as he says that, he turns, and of course, all of our partners and our brothers and sisters of France.
And some people are
watch the new movie. It's coming. All of it's a pitch. It's a trailer.
And as you're
and when we're walking out, like out of earshot of the restaurant, I'd be like, "Do you need any help with the songs in the movie? Let me know." It's like music I've heard so much about.
He walks out. What songs?
and like she just tries to keep the straight face, like.
And as you're walking out sort of into the night where the Clements is bringing the car around, so you can head towards this radio station. As you're walking out, Elias Yeager is walking in. And he's in uniform with a bottle of champagne. Expensive. And he smiles at you. He goes, Holgar.
Off for the night?
Yes, apparently you are off for the night as well, he says as he sort of looks at Freda.
Always working for Germany.
Of course. So sad that you're leaving your pretty wife alone. As he says, he just walks right by you.
Yeah. Happy holidays. Go fuck yourself.
Dear Prince, a car is brought. And there's a German soldier who comes in and he opens the car door for you in this hurricane of a woman. And he goes, Your Highness, where are we taking you?
Did you tell me?
I would have told, like, you're going to the radio station.
Well, to the radio station.
No.
I was going to say por favor.
Sure.
Via these streets, yeah.
Yeah. Take the long way around.
Take the most scenic part you can, please. We are here to show our esteemed guest the lovely city of Paris.
And he gets in and he starts up the car, opens the car door for the mother-in-law, who sits right next to you, quite close, and is patting your knee, and he's like, so what do you, and like she is going, and as he's taking off, she turns to you and she says, well, So, let me tell you something about my daughter-in-law. First off, you should know that she abandoned my son at the wedding in front of everyone. Did you know that her mother died when she was quite young? It's all very embarrassing. She grew up without a mother at all, only her strange father, who, well, some sort of I don't know what you would say, a bit of not good with manners, that one. He always looked down his nose at people, and he was so strange. He's dead, He was killed. Murdered, it seems, in some sort of terrible way here in France, not too long ago, I don't think. Anyway, so let me tell you, she starts telling you all sorts of things about Regina. And
I feel like he would not have had a word edgewise in this entire conversation. And he just resigns himself to just nodding and just going, Oh,
could you
complete reactions?
Roll will.
Okay.
Against her 5.
This is my biggest one.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking Christ! Are you
okay, it's close.
Mm-hmm.
It's very close.
She's beating you by 2. She would like to create an aspect.
Fuck.
Yes, she would.
I would like to. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? It's. I have some fate points, correct?
You do. You have 3.
Go 3.
May I use one?
You may. What is the aspect? By the way, she is working very hard in this conversation. And I'll tell you some of the things that she says, but the vibe is, I don't know if you knew this. Did you know that Regina did all sorts of strange things? She was, she did shooting, which I think is very unladylike. Just shooting about, and she was, well, I have been told many things, that she was very unkind to her fellow students at boarding school. Well, she was a bit of a cruel sort of person, and I must tell you, the things that she's done to me, how she took my son away from me and made it so that he couldn't speak to me or see me. It's been 2 years since I've spoken to him, and she starts to cry a little bit, and she's wanting to make you distrust Regina and trust her a little bit more. That she's the more sympathetic one, and that really, she's a very good mother, and, well...
Yeah, you're going to have to try harder than that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to use my aspect, iron will and steady hands, even in the face of fear.
Yep.
And do I what
it's
do
up to
again?
you. You can either re-roll or take a +2, but if you take a +2, it's a tie. Which means she gets a boost.
Come on, I have fucking my highest skills will. I'm gonna re-roll.
Okay.
Come on,
and
baby.
As you're driving, she goes on about how alone she's been. I mean, her husband is dead, and she only has her son, and that woman, who I'm sure is lovely, but well, can you really rely on her? How can you really trust a woman who would just abandon you her son at the altar? And do you know how difficult that was for me? I'm just very worried about her. I hope you'll take good care of her because she's so pregnant, but watch her.
So pregnant! Everybody's calling Regina pregnant! I'm dead. I'm leaving. I'm out.
Okay, I'm gonna be with you and just give it another episode or 2.
She's beating you by 3. She would like to create the aspect that you feel sorry for her.
Okay. All right. Well, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Pretum, you feel sorry for the woman.
With
you have too many feels.
With 2 free invokes, she gets.
Oh.
You won't feel sorry for long. Don't worry.
Did you? Yeah, Trooper puts it in, right?
Yep.
You gotta put
I got it in there.
Okay.
So, as you're driving, and she's telling you a number of things that maybe you did not know about Regina, like that she just abandoned her son at the altar in front of everyone, embarrassing her father, her. I mean, really, it was pretty thoughtless and cruel of her to do all those things.
Yes. All the words to describe Regina.
She can be quite cold at times, can't she?
She can be cold. She's been so...
But I'm sure your son loves her deeply, and ultimately, is that not what matters?
It does, but she's kept my son away from me for so long. So, Regina, what are you doing as this crying is happening in the car?
And she's okay. So I gotta move, and I gotta move quickly. So okay, here's what Regina does. Hoy vey. Are they gonna pass? I just need their trajectory. They're gonna pass the flower shop to get there.
You gave them the directions.
Yeah, they're going the long way around, aren't they? Okay, Regina's got to be on foot, so this is going to be a whole like new level of everything.
How drunk are you?
That doesn't matter. Not even, not important. Okay. What does Regina do? She's going to stay in the dress because she needs to leave. She needs to make sure that everybody there knows that her mother-in-law is in town. So she asks, like, I'm going to need extra sheets. This, and this, crumpets in the morning, like the whole nine. Like on her way out, she's in a bit of a bustle, I guess you could say, like a hurried bustle. And she gives a bunch of orders on the way out as Regina. Damn it.
You know who's there to greet you?
No.
Really?
Regina does it. Tell me, Trooper.
Elias Yeager is there with a bottle of champagne.
Outside my door?
Mm-hmm.
I turn around and I stop. Oh. Holgar is not in.
I know. I saw him leave with some other woman.
Yes, he's headed down to the station, so am I.
Ah, let me escort you.
That's very kind of you, but I must run a few errands first. My
Champagne?
mother-in-law is in town. She would much appreciate the bottle, thank you. And I put it inside the door.
Ah, let me escort you. It's so dangerous on the streets. And your husband clearly is not paying close enough attention to you.
He is a busy and professional man. Where is your wife?
In the hotel, but I thought that you and I could walk together wherever you're going.
All the way down to the station?
If you wish.
Well, that is a long and cold walk.
I'll drive you.
Your offer is very kind, but I am in quite a hurry, and I imagine that your wife is rather cold without your presence.
Yes. So, shall we?
It probably would seem unkind of us to spend our Christmas together when I should be at my husband's side. Maybe another time. Last time I checked, you were interested in a hunting trip.
Indeed. I find hunting very interesting. Well, you can go, I suppose, if you don't want me to escort you to your husband. I just thought we had much to discuss.
Really? I find that our interests are not aligned.
I don't know how true that is.
Really? Well, then maybe we are due for a conversation, but in polite company.
Oh, I'm very polite.
You are not company.
No, I suppose not. Well, we'll speak about Carlotta Osberg some other times then.
Who?
Woman, she was in the papers. She was killed, shot.
So, I do not spend time reading such trite news.
I thought I was hoping to ask your advice, consult with you about this a little bit.
My advice?
Yes.
This is funny.
Yes.
It seems that I am not good for such things.
Oh.
My advice has long since dwindled into home care.
I see. It's just that I was doing some reading on you, and you were an excellent shot, and I thought that your knowledge of ballistics you could look at the body. Give me your
You would have me
thoughts.
look at a dead body?
I would. Would that be interesting to you?
Not particularly. My speciality is not in corpses.
Well, but you do like hunting.
I have a way with a gun, but it has been many years since I have picked one up.
Well, if you wanted to see the body of this woman who was killed, I could arrange such a thing if that would interest you.
I step into his space a little bit. I get a little too close so that it may look like I'm telling him a secret, but I'm definitely just entering his bubble. I don't know what kind of woman you think I am. Champagne is a good start. Dead bodies are not.
That is not what I've heard.
Well,
we shall see.
Then it sounds like your information is wrong. You may want to fix that. It is your job, after all.
You know, I will let you walk alone on the streets. It's very dangerous.
I will be taking a car, thank you.
Good. Regina, I think I can call you that. You know...
Frau Leixner is more appropriate.
Well, if you were actually married to this Leixner, then yes. But, listen, if you ever want something a bit more exciting, you should speak with me. And I'm very interested in this hunting trip.
Well, you know where to find me. And I keep my excitement between me and my husband. Maybe if your wife was better at her job, you wouldn't be coming to me for it.
Roll will against his 7. He's tempting you, as it were.
Tempting me for what?
He's you know, you are a what is that? You have a mind of a killer. He's taunting you a little bit with murder.
He wants a murder buddy.
I, as a good German, when presenting myself as a good German, which I am, a good German wife, sticking true to my husband, I get to use deceive instead of
That is correct.
rapport. So I shall use deceive instead of rapport.
Please do.
No, that was a horrible roll. Okay. That was such a bad roll. Yes, I will use this as fate point worthy. Fate point worthy.
Aspect.
I mean, I do have the mind of a killer.
That is true.
Which means that my mind right now is on my prey, which is actively barreling towards the one location it does not need to reach. Same aspect.
Indeed.
I think I'm just gonna re-roll because I can do better than that. No, I can't. Okay, what does he tempt me with? That was just a bad series of rolls.
It's a little bit of a poke. That is 6 shifts.
I thought he was setting up against.
No, he's not doing advantage. He's wanting to poke at you, right? It's a bit like a social attack to get you
to do what?
He's socially attacking you.
Well, she has a +2 because of the thing, so it's actually a 3.
Yeah. So take 4
a +2 because of what thing?
Of your.
You were doing your stunt.
Oh no!
Let me use deceive instead of rapport.
Yes.
Oh.
So I don't get any bonus to that.
6.
I guess I don't understand.
He's doing an attack.
Yes, it is an attack, but what is he trying to achieve? Like, I mean, if it comes down to like, she'll go with him, I guess.
He's wanting to basically if he's successful, he's able to put a consequence on you.
Of what?
Because he's not trying to put an advantage. He wants to actually impact you longer term to make you intrigued. He's not fighting you with fists, but he's fighting you with
this is mental stress?
It is.
And I can take 6 shifts?
6 shifts, yep.
Oh, I'll take it all.
So that's you'll take your 4 out of the 4 for the mental, and then you have to take 1 consequence. Unless you want to spend
I can't check more than 1 stress box?
Only 1 stress box at a time. You could spend a face point.
No, I need to save that last one. Since I'm killing a woman in a minute. Or trying to, anyways. Okay. Yeah, I'll take. I can take that 4 mental because that'll clear, and then I'll just take a mild consequence.
Take the mild consequence, and it will be. There's something intriguing. Like, he's triggered your mind of a killer. You don't have to go with him, but
that's worth it.
You're intrigued by him. He doesn't want you to come with him now, but this is and he gets a free invoke on that. That maybe you want to see him work. There's a bit of a. There's something.
Oh, that's actually true.
I know. I know.
That's actually true. Regina is intrigued, but
I know
it's not the time for him today. Today is not his day.
No.
Today you have to do a murder, not watch him do a murder.
Correct.
He wants you. He wants you intrigued by him because he thinks that you're a lot more dangerous than you let on, and he wants to hang out with you in a friendly way.
That's great. Well, that's not very appropriate by societal standards. So, and we can't always get what we want.
Yeah, and he just sort of like lets you go as he sort of gives you a bit of a wink with a very predatory eye, not towards you.
But I was gonna say on my way out, I go, let your wife know we have tea on Tuesday. Tell her to wear a better dress than last time. She wasn't quite appropriate.
Oh, of course.
And I turn and leave.
Tell your husbands that I have been enjoying his performances.
Good. It means he's doing his job. I'll relay the message. Okay, Elias, I am intrigued by you.
Yep.
But I have to run.
At
great.
the radio station. You are there, you two. And when you arrive, people actually were surprised to see you. They didn't know if you were going to come or not.
Mm-hmm.
They set up everything for you. And you can see her in the booth. Holgar, as they're setting up everything to make everything perfect for her. And you're on the other side of the glass. And there's sort of busyness. And you can see the clock ticking forward. See if they're going to call you about the call. And as you are watching that, you hear some music that's sort of being piped in. That's sort of just in the side. It's sort of like test music for their testing sounds. Do you remember 2 seasons ago, you were thinking about a child, a life, and this sort of music box and a song. And it happens to be that song that you hear over the speakers as they're working to sort of prepare. And it's this song that you were remembering back then when you were thinking about what kind of life you would have. And you hear it again now. And I'm going to ask you, at this moment, somebody might die. And you have a trouble aspect. And that trouble aspect of yours is empathy a weakness? I would like to know the answer to that question as you watch Frida beginning to get ready. Is it?
Is empathy a weakness?
Mm-hmm.
No. The placement of empathy could potentially be a weakness. And so the only way that Oscar is able to do what he does as Holgar, as a killer, is he thinks that there are always 2 sides to every bullet. If this woman doesn't die, if he gets this call to kill her, what she would in turn do while being alive is condemn the deaths of many innocent people that this group could save.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a scale that's constantly going on Oscar's head. It's the only way he can stay sane. He can't dance all the time. He can't lose himself. So with his scales, and he's not blind like Justice, he knows what he's doing. He waits. Empathy's a weakness if it's misplaced.
Frida, at this moment, you're beginning to sing.
Mm-hmm.
And people are smiling at you. They see your face and they think, wow, that's the Berlin Nightingale. And as you are in this moment, you can hear just a couple of voices in the sound booth, 2 technicians speaking, and one of them says, well, surprising to me that that her husband would even let her out of the house. I mean, everyone's been talking about it. And the other says, she doesn't need to know. She doesn't need to know. Can I get a performance roll from you?
You may. She starts with, a classic Klingglöckchen, a nice, pleasant, song, and then moves on to O Tannenbaum, and of course she'll finish with Stille Nacht.
Stille Nacht.
Mm-hmm. She'll a few others, maybe like a break, but that's her set.
Mm-hmm. That's a 4.
Be a 4.
You are singing with just those kind of weird words about. And these are radio techs who are saying something about your husband, some gossip. Regina, as Frida singing Silent Night.
Okay.
Can I get from you stealth?
I try to time the Silent Night with 11 p.m. Just
well, I'm not trying to leave with stealth. If that means anything.
This is for the getting yourself in a sniper's position.
Oh, I see. Okay. Here's the thing. I said I was going to take a car, so I need to take a car. So I will go down and tell one of the vehicles, myself and my husband will need a ride from the radio station. And like send one ahead. And then I will bustle.
They will be waiting to drive you wherever you need to go.
Yes, they don't know that I'll take another vehicle. We have some extended guests with us, including his mother-in-law. I make this we're all meeting at the radio station. I need everybody to know that the whole family's going to be there, so none of us look guilty. I need that piece to be bought. And then Regina will slip out the back, bustle down the streets as fast as humanly possible. Yeah, okay. To put myself in a position to, how do I want to do this? I'm going to be really honest. This could be, I need to make this believable, don't I?
If it's too tough, Oscar can take the shot.
Yes, but here's the thing. We have 2 drivers involved now. Pretam's on board, and we all need to look not guilty. It is that time again where Regina contemplates her physical health for the job. And we don't need a proper pregnancy. We need to be able to say that maybe things did not go as planned. So you know what? Regina will take the car. And hopefully, near the radio station, we'll take the short way. Yeah. They're taking the long way and beat them there. Yeah. When the car arrives, Regina sends it back. Sends it back. And then she will get into location to take a shot when they arrive. Yeah, okay.
Give me stealth.
Those last 2 rolls made me really nervous. Everybody hold your breath. No!
What are you gonna do about
that? I'm not really trying to be stealthy. I want people to know I'm there. I'm not even getting the sniper.
Shoot her, right?
I'm not getting the gun. I'm not doing it from a sniper height. I'm trying to show up to look like I'm on
so
site.
You're not going to kill her.
I am, but I'm not I'm not going I'm not going sniper. I don't have my, like, all I have is my pistol, right? I need this to look like the communist, not like Regina.
Right. So the stealth is so that they don't see you do it.
Who?
The people.
The driver and people. Yeah.
The driver's gone.
Yeah, but
Regina's standing on street.
of Pre-Tom's car.
Don't fret, I got that handled too.
Oh, okay.
I want them to see me. I want to beat them there, because the driver's gonna die too, y'all. Like, they're all getting shot, and including Regina. So there will be 3 shots fired: 1 for stepmom, 1 for the driver, and 1 in Regina's gut.
Okay. Pre-Tom. This woman is now crying, tearing up, as you're driving towards the radio station, about how poorly she's been treated by Regina, and how lonely she is that her son has not spoken to her in 2 years. And you know, they were very, very close to each other. They spoke all the time, and then he hasn't written to her in so long, and she was so worried. He was such a good boy. Regina, you're first. As the car...
Wait. Sorry, KP was saying something. I had it muted. That's not
no worries. I was just saying, love sometimes makes us do things we, at those times are not in control of. And I'm sure your son really still loves you dearly. And I'm sure your daughter-in-law is as devoted to your son and in turn devoted to you. It's just, what is it? What is 2 years in the grand scheme?
Well, it's 2 years. You may take the shot, Regina. As she's complaining
is there nobody else around but the driver?
Well, it's
Mama.
It's 11 o'clock in front of a radio station, so there are people inside the radio station. At any time, there could be patrols because we have heavy patrolling.
Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Then I'm going to. So
you see
right
them approaching.
I see. Okay, I see them approaching. I'm waiting for them to open the door.
As
to get ready to get out. Yeah.
As Stille Nacht is being sung.
Regina will wait until the doors are open.
Door pulls
and
up.
Then
KP,
right, and she probably has
the
like the gun behind her back. She wants to make surprise Mother Dearest that she beat them here, and she's gonna be here to give the great gift and blah blah blah. And she's gonna fire off a false shot, and then grab her gut as if she took a shot from somewhere else.
Can I get
right
deception?
so that they come rushing out of the car? Yeah, I want them to think Regina's taken the first hit. Y'all. Oh, 5 superb.
Can I get empathy from you, KP?
Okay. Oh, dear lordy. Oh, why did it close? 1 second.
If you would.
And you want me to give you empathy?
Yes, please.
Oh.
Okay. Good.
Okay, a 3.
Uh-huh.
Oof.
Okay. As they're coming out, KP, the prince hears a shot, and Regina doubles over. She has been shot. And the driver also believes that she has been shot and rushes forward.
Great.
The mother-in-law does not leave the car.
Can this break that hold she has over me? Because he notes that. The fact that she
seems scared or nervous. Like, she's like, somebody just got shot. She's not going to run out. She's like
He yells out, Regina.
Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm. She has been shot. Who do you pass it to? Can I get this question? Oscar, where are you?
I mean, he'd be up waiting for the call if needed. So he would, if he doesn't get the call, then he'd still be in the engineering booth.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that he would have done is kind of, once the audio is cut between, the booth, Frida, and ask them what the hell they were talking about.
Mm-hmm. And you say, what the hell were you talking about?
Yeah. What were you speaking of? These things you are keeping from my friend.
Regina, who do you pass it to?
Freedom.
What does the prince do as you see your friend shot?
He runs over to his car, reaches in and grabs his medical kit, and then as he says, "Madame, your daughter," and then your daughter-in-law, and then like runs out, and then like he gets close to her, puts it up.
I wink. I'm sorry.
You just see like an instant of like relief, and then he kind of just hunches over and goes,
like, and I grab his hands and put pressure on what is to be a wound, maybe.
Pritam, are you wanting to create an advantage for someone here? What would you like to do at this moment?
I yell out, and I kind of
you look at me and I go, take me to the car.
Yeah, and then I kind of just lift you up, and I immediately like reach into my medical kit, and I pull out some gauze and kind of just hold it against your stomach, kind of apply pressure.
Roll deceive.
Can I help with that?
No, because you've taken your turn.
No.
Come on, baby, please.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah!
Woohoo! Woohoo!
Mm-hmm.
Woo!
The driver has his gun out, and the mother-in-law is concerned. This is an advantage you have, which is a believable lie. No, let's name it, because I care about you very much. Let's call it, Pritam, you are, what is that word? Complicit.
Okay.
In the lie. Mm-hmm. Who do you pass it to?
I kind of just, I ask, Madame, could I ask for your assistance, perhaps assist me bringing your daughter-in-law into the car, please?
So you pass it to her. She doesn't like this, but she sort of steps out of the car and puts her hands out for Regina, and she is going to try to, with her empathy, add to her advantage that she has on you of the sympathy. Can I get your will? As she says, looking concerned, like a good mother would.
Yes!
Woo! Woo!
Mm-hmm.
Woo!
She will pass it to Frida.
I'm in the middle of singing Stille Nacht.
Mm-hmm.
Do I hear a gunshot, or is that like...
You would not hear a good shot. You're in the sound booth, but you are performing right now. Would you like to create an advantage through this?
Yeah, sure. That sounds good. Yeah, I'm gonna perform my little heart out because I, in addition to, the fact that she's not been performing a lot lately, and all these traumatic things have happened. She hasn't been able to perform at all in the past 2 months.
Yeah.
Period. Let alone on the radios. So this is very cathartic for her a little bit. So she is putting her heart and soul into this performance, and it's hopefully maybe a little distracting for people inside to give Regina enough time to finish the mortars that she doesn't know what's happening. She wants to enthrall everyone around her.
Please roll your perform. That's good enough for that is good enough for one advantage, which is distracting music. Who do you pass it to? You can pass it to the guard out front, or to Oscar.
If I had a 5
or a rando.
6, if I had a 6, would it create a 2 points on it?
It would.
Yeah, I'll spend one of my fate points then, famous German opera singer, to boost a little.
So
it's so distracting. The music, there's 2 of them.
You have it. I'm going to ask you a question as a bonus here. This is your choice. There are people in the lobby who would have heard that gunshot. And would want to alert people about this. You can pass it to them, Oscar, or the guard. Because there was an assassination attempt on you, so they're kind of
On me,
nervous.
yeah, real recent. Yeah. Oscar may have heard it, so I will pass it to him because he might have some type of idea.
I would say if you pass it to the people in the lobby, they will tell Oscar.
Oh, okay, I'll pass it to the people in the lobby then.
Somebody hears this shot, and they immediately go up the stairwell, and they rush up, and as you say to these people, like, what were you talking about? One of them says, there's been shots outside. Make sure she's safe. The Nightingale.
Can Oscar react to that? Okay. Oscar would say to those that rush up, he would just say, protect her in the room, it's the safest place. Let her continue her song. And then he would run and grab his guy as he's going by. And when he has Clemens, he's going to go to the nearest window that he knows, like that balcony. Didn't they say they have a balcony that overlooks? Okay. He bursts out into the balcony and draws forth his pistol, looks up at a making an earmarked trajectory. He yells at the top of his lungs, "Sniper!" and just starts shooting up into the sky towards the presumed attacker, and draws Clements with him if he can.
That sounds like you're creating an advantage.
Sure, yeah.
With shoot.
Yep.
Or deceit, whichever one you like.
Yes, please.
Okay, so with shoot, I do have a bonus that as long as I'm with a resistance member, I get a +2. Am I?
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Nice.
All right. So we'll go with the +2 with the shoot. So +2 to whatever this is. 4.
That's enough for 1.
I have a bunch of. I think I have 3.
Yeah.
I should.
You do.
I'll spend a fate point to make that a 6, right? So that'll give 2.
It will.
Right?
We'll say shots fired. Who do you pass it to?
Sniper.
Ricky? Yeah, who do I have? Who are my options?
The guard is the last person.
But then it'll have to be the guard then. Yeah.
The guard is going to, he is going to try to save you, Regina.
Great.
Which is he's going to try to create an advantage, which in the end will not be great for you. It's going to be an athletics of 2. If you can give me athletics.
To create an advantage? Okay.
Yeah, he's trying to save you, which is going to get in your way.
Oh.
Okay. Misses.
Okay.
I don't totally understand, but okay.
I've never seen horror.
I mean, because he's picking me up, so I don't know how he's going to get in my way. Like Pritam has me.
He rushes forward and basically gets in between you and your mother-in-law because he's trying to protect you. So he's basically hampering your movement, right? He's all up trying to protect you.
I yell at that one, "Get out of the way!" Like he's like, you're basically as a doctor. He's like, move.
So he will pass it to Regina.
Okay, well, he's in my way.
He is in your way.
He's in the way. Great. My gun is like under the gauze, like it's like here. Regina's just gonna fire a point blank shot right into him. Cause like there's other gunfire going off, right? Like we hear it up top. Yeah, it's chaos now, so nobody's gonna know where that shot comes from. So she's gonna load one into him. Can
you shoot through into your mother-in-law? Because that would be really like two birds with one stone.
I might die. I might have to die hard this to get us all dead, or shot. But what yeah, that's the first one. Is he's in the way, and like if he goes down, and all the soldiers down, then there's nobody to protect us.
Roll your shoot.
Okay. I don't have anything to bonus this, so this is just a flat
roll. His athletics
y'all.
is a great, so you have to beat that.
God damn it.
Okay, well, mine's a great.
He will use that in the way, one of those, to bring him up to a 6.
Great. Well, I have the mind of a killer, and I literally planned for this. This is Regina's thing, so I will use a fate point to also make it a 6.
He will use
You have aspects that we gave you
Yes.
too, if you want
Yes.
to blow those.
Yeah, you've got a bunch of
Oh,
those.
that's right.
You have 2 from me.
I'll stack. Yeah, because I'm already using the one,
2
the
from each of
distracting
us.
and the distracting shots fired. So this one makes sense. Shots fired. So I'll use an advantage of shots fired to make that an 8.
He uses his blast in the way to make his an 8.
Great. I'm going to use both of the shots fired to make that a 10. To make that a 10. So that he takes the shot. I need him shot. Sorry, guy.
How do you take him out?
Great. I think Regina is just going to we need a really good. Did I hear Oscar yell sniper?
He's loud.
Okay, great. It's gonna have to be a headshot then. Right. It needs to be clean.
Yep.
It's got to be clean. And so Regina just fires like she lifts her hand and fires straight through the side of the head, the temple, out the other side. Maybe it splatters Mom Dearest.
Prince, what do you do about that? Also, Regina, who do you pass it to? She pulls out a
Great
gun and
call.
shoots this guy right in the head.
I
Splattering
pass
gore.
it.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Can I get a will roll, Pritam?
Okay.
I do not believe you have yet seen anyone killed. Is that correct?
No.
You weren't in the maze with me. You didn't
Yep.
see that almost.
Yep. Could I get a will roll from you?
Okay.
This is a difficulty 6.
Poor Pritam.
No. Yeah.
4 shifts of mental
Ouchie.
problems.
Luckily, I have a high.
You
I
do.
can take that.
You can soak that up with some stress. That's actually
Yeah, I can use.
That's what I did.
not even
Soak
even a
it
thing.
up.
Regina, who do you pass it to?
Great question.
And I'm gonna note this. We're in a conflict. She can concede and escape. So if you don't want her to escape, somebody's gotta stop that from happening.
Right.
Right.
We'll just okay. You know what? I pass it. Seeing this situation with Pritam, I pass it to Pritam.
Pritam,
Ooh.
this woman who's been crying on your shoulder this time, you see blood spattered on her face. I actually need to make a will roll for her because she has also not seen this before. Okay. That's okay. You see her. She is freaking out. 'Cause that's 5, which means that she can take up her 1 stress, which leaves her with a 4. You see her, and she starts shaking and freaking out. This, by the way, is an aspect on her that she's sort of in a panic that has a free invoke on it. As she has blood on her, and she just saw her daughter-in-law shoot someone in the head, and she's
She
pale.
actually see it?
Yeah,
I thought it was he was in the way, so it wouldn't.
in the way in terms of harming her.
That was against me,
Yeah.
not against. Yeah. So she saw me lift the gun and put it right to his head.
Yep.
Okay.
And she's shocked. She's pale. She's freaking out a little bit. You can tell that she's about to bolt. She's going to go. What do you do? This woman didn't do anything to anybody.
Showed up for her son.
Mm-hmm.
And because he's not had the opportunity to did he understand the full concept of who she actually he overheard their conversation, right? Did he overhear your?
Oh yeah.
Well,
you were there in the room.
You were there for us making the plan to kill her at 11 o'clock. At the
Right.
night.
Well, it was-
Because
That's why
she's
you
not
know-
actually Holgar because it's
Yes.
Oscar. You know
And
that
also,
much.
you heard you heard her just going on and on about how she was with her son, and you know that Oscar is not that person, right?
It's
You're
not
like-
her son. Yeah. I imagine at this point you've put all the puzzle pieces.
Yeah.
Maybe it was the last bullet to the head, but
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
figured you put
Yep.
the puzzle pieces together.
What
Poor
do you do?
Pritam.
He hesitates. I think he's having an internal struggle of seeing this woman who to him is a victim, someone who's just happens to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Definitely not someone who is, a good company.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure in that entire ride, he was just like, "Dear Lord, someone shoot me."
Yes. Yes, indeed.
So, I think his hand drops from Regina. He doesn't at least it's not really as much of a support as it was. Nothing more.
Who do you pass it to?
He does look at her and kind of just the most it's a very I'm so sorry sort of a look. And that's it. At this point, he's still trying to process everything else.
And who do you pass it to?
I pass it to Todd. Or sorry, you've already gone.
You gotta pick somebody else.
Yeah.
Okay.
The guard's dead. You've got Oscar. You've got the mom.
He hears.
And you've got Frida. And Frida, you can see problems in the booth.
I'll pass it to Oscar.
Kill your
mama. This now before Greg creates something in his mind that's not accurate. This is supposed to be. This is on the second floor, correct? On the balcony that looks. So it's not. We're talking like a 10-foot drop to the street or something like that.
Yep. And you've got Clemens behind you.
He is going to spin and push Clements back into the building. They're shooting! And he pushes Clements back into the building, but in an act of Clements is a big guy. He falls back like he's going off the back of the balcony. And if he can, he's going to complete the somersault, land, and take the shot and kill the woman.
Okay.
Yes.
I am going to need your shoot. Well, actually, can I get a deceive? Just first, I'd like a deceive.
That makes sense.
Just a little bit of that. Just a little bit of that.
And since I'm a good German, I can. Okay.
Yes, you can.
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Such a good German.
Be a good German.
Look at all these good Germans.
It's good.
Clemens has got really good empathy. He believes you. Right? And he sort of backed up. You fall off. And as you fall off, he goes...
When he does push him, he goes, "Get down, my boy!" And he pushes him back as he falls. And
you see him with this horror in his face as you go over the balcony. Can I get the shot?
Yeah, and this is gonna be a.
I'm gonna bury her in running shoes
because you got that. You're shooting with allies.
So that's a 7.
Oh wow!
Wow.
Her athletics are mediocre. Do you want to boost this?
Oh, we did have. You had the one against her because she's shaking.
That's a free one.
Right, and I think I still have. Do we still have Frida's? Don't we?
Oh, you do.
Music, yeah.
So as just at the end when Frida, you're taking it up for the end of Silent Night. He's gonna land in almost one of those he wants to end up on his stomach, but he's gonna land in a 3-point, almost like a superhero pose. He's not gonna do the hair flip.
Landing.
Right. But
dreams.
he's gonna look, and it's not in an effort to be cool. It's in an effort to get low. So he looks right through, almost like he's looking between Preedom and Regina. He sees that woman's head, and he lines up. And if her eyes meet his, he winks and kills her.
Preetam.
Oh.
I have got 2 feel sorry for mom on you. And you have 2 complicit in the lie on me. You are close to this woman. You're not far from her at all.
As in physically?
Physically.
Okay.
So, I've got those 2 invokes. It's a +4 on my end that I can use. I've got some fate points, but I'll tell you what. If you are complicit in this death, if you use your 2 free invokes, then you don't have to do anything. You know, like you don't have to help her or get in the way or do anything to help this woman not die as she looks at you pleadingly. If you are complicit in this, in her death, this is that moment where you could do something as she looks at you, or you could just be complicit in the lie and cancel out all that sympathy that she has built up for you. Mm-hmm.
You're in the SOE now, boy.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Welcome to Kolos.
Mm-hmm. I've got it too, and you've got it too.
I think, and thank you for saying that, because ultimately he does, his greatest thing is he has an ironclad will.
He does.
And that he is an SOE trained person. So ultimately, mission always comes first, secrecy always comes first.
Mm-hmm.
So he will use that and be complicit in the lie,
and
despite what he internally feels.
And that sympathy does not help her as she reaches out a moment and then she sees the wink. How do you take her out, Oscar?
As she's kind of like leaning out of the car because she was reaching, wasn't when all this kind of crap broke through.
It's madness.
Right. He takes it in such a way that she's hit in the head where she had leaned out of the car.
Yep.
You know, so she's not getting a wound that's back in the back. And as soon as he takes the shot, he rolls onto his back and he's firing up towards the distance until it clicks, and he begins to crawl towards the car, and he starts saying "Mother, Mother" as he's crawling towards the car.
Bravo.
So,
Pritam.
I tell you that KP and Pritam are not that far apart right now in terms of feelings.
Are we officially out of combat?
You can, I don't know. Are you going to shoot yourself?
I am.
Go ahead.
So Regina, seeing all this go down, knowing she's got just seconds, she grabs Pritam and shakes him a little bit. She's like, whatever you do, you have to dig the bullet out. You cannot give it to Jaeger. Do you understand? Great. And I push him back, I pull the morphine, I jab it in my leg, and I shoot myself in the gut.
Roll.
Great. It's great.
Take 4.
I will
gun.
take
6.
Right. Does the morphine help in any way?
Give me. Basically, it's a. I need a fate point, and then yes.
Okay.
It'll give you 2
I'm gonna
off.
be honest, y'all. I'm out of fate points. I'm gonna use a
yeah,
group fate point
do
for
it.
this
we
one.
have plenty. Use
Okay,
them.
so the
So
morphine's
take
meant
4.
to help at least with the pain. I want to hit in my gut, but in a place where like maybe I'll just bleed a lot and won't die right away. Like
That'll do it.
Can I assist in a certain way? Like he kind
Yes.
of understood for that, right?
Yes.
And he, before like Regina pushes him away,
Yes.
he points at a spot.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yes. Okay.
Absolutely.
Where she
Great.
should shoot.
Yeah.
Could you roll medicine, please?
Yes.
Oh, perfect.
Mm-hmm.
This is fun.
Mm-hmm. That's what I need. I need medicine.
Yeah.
Wow! Yay! Okay.
So let's have a little quick discussion about that advantage you just created, Pritam. She's taking 4 shifts right now. Well, technically it would be with your help, right? It's 4. You got 2 free invokes, so you could take that down to nothing, so she takes nothing.
Yep.
Or you could take it down so she takes 2.
Which physically I could soak. Like I could soak because my leg has healed at this point. Yeah, I say get rid of the bullets, get rid of the gun. And you pick up on it. I guess you point.
I would say that with that, you can be it so that it's like a clean shoot through.
Yes.
Right?
Great. I drop the syringe back in his bag. Like because his bag's like right there. Like I toss the syringe and
I take the gun. Like as soon as you shoot, I take the gun and I toss it in the bag as well.
Great. Yeah. Get rid of it.
I was gonna say while you're doing that, as Oscar climbs forward, he would take the gun that you just used to shoot yourself and put it in the holster of his jacket and keep his gun out.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, we just gotta get rid of the gun.
I'd like to ask you, because you've got 2, do you voluntarily take a mild consequence of being shot?
I can't take a mild. I've already taken a mild.
So would you just like this to be
Can I not soak it?
with physical stress? Yeah, so that means is it like you've got like it's gonna be like a mild shot that's not gonna, it's like, you know.
I kind of want it to go through the abdomen, so it's like it's less like Regina's dying and more like, oh, we lost the baby.
Yeah.
Right, like, is it set up to have a good reason to like, so she'll soak it, but that's a lot of morphine. So I imagine she still goes down. Like, she needs to play either way. Regina's drunk. She's hyped up on morphine. She just killed her mother. She just watched her mother-in-law die with great joy, and she passes out with a bullet in the gut, thinking about burying that woman in running shoes.
Somewhere Falstaff is going. Been there.
Yeah.
Right. And I maybe I'll do something dramatic, and I'll reach out for my dear Holgar, and then I'll pass out on some morphine and have a really great trip.
And so, as we end this episode,
there's obviously a lot of stuff going on the radio, right?
Mm-hmm.
Before they take us off the air, Freddy's just be like, is something wrong? Is that gunshots? Because I knew the plan to kill at 11, and I think it's probably like 11:02.
Yeah.
Right before they kill the radio, be like, what?
And they hear that, and there is the sound of boots as guards come running down the streets in the snow. There is people making sure you don't leave the sound booth so that you're safe. The doctor's there. Everyone, everywhere. It's madness. And as we close, Prince Pritam Singh, I believe you have the trouble aspect that you're a doe-eyed Indian prince.
Yep.
How you doing?
Not so doe-eyed.
Not anymore.
Very round in shock. Maybe a shock-eyed prince.
Like a doe in the headlights?
More so now, yes.
Could you make a will roll for me?
Okay.
Oh, Pritam.
Okay.
Good.
You're
It's
hanging
good.
in there, friend.
It's good. I actually am going to spend one of my fate points because you are. I'm going to spend 2. I'm going to spend both of them right now.
Okay.
1 because you are a doe-eyed Indian prince, and the other because you have the medical duty coming first, which puts you down by 4 to this sort of mental attack. So, you're going to have to take 4 mental shifts unless you would like to, perhaps use some distracting music to make you feel better about all
I was going
this.
to say, there's some distracting music right there.
I literally go into the car.
Yep.
And sit in the passenger seat and just sit at the radio in front of the radio and just like, I'm assuming I was close enough to Regina that a lot of that blood splatter was on me.
Yes.
I'm sure after Regina got shot,
she shot herself.
I was shot.
And didn't say by who.
By commies.
And so I patched her up. And he's just in shock a little bit. But the thing is, as a doctor, I think he's gonna call. You know what? I'm just gonna start yelling for help. As a doctor, and as the single person with 1 dead body and 1 person on
2 dead bodies and a
exactly.
Yeah.
I just start yelling for help instead of listening to the music. So I think actually he's just going to take that mental stress.
Take it. Yeah. That's a 4. So
he doesn't have the time.
And you don't have the stress boxes. So
you can take one of
I
that
took
music.
4. The previous one was a 4, which I took.
Yep. So you
And
have to
then
take
I
another
have-
4.
Can I not? Does that not split
can-
up to
you can-
1 and a 3?
You could
2 and a
split
2.
it so you could take you could split it to take one of the distracting music and not clear it out completely,
Yep.
but just take
Right.
a little bit and it wouldn't
Yep.
give you a consequence.
Yep, that's
Okay,
right.
I'll do that
Yeah.
then.
Yeah.
So I'll take a 3 instead.
It would be a 2. It'd be a 2.
Yeah, you take the 2 bucks.
Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
because you'll go from 4 to 2.
Gotcha.
And as the prince is screaming and Frida's voice is dying off the airwaves and Holgar is crawling towards his mother and his wife,
He would ultimately crawl on top of Regina as if to protect her from incoming shots. And he would just point in the direction of the phantom snipers, but then he would bury his head into Regina and weep for what he did to that woman.
and you can just hear, "Sir? Sir?" as Clemens Brown comes out of the radio station.
And to fulfill the act, as he's wet with tears, he would look up at him and he would say, "Don't let them see me like this."
And Merry Christmas as we turn to the next day.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Happy holidays!
Merry Christmas.
It was a
Merry-
very red Christmas, I'd say.
was
It's one of the festive
indeed.
colors.
It was indeed. And so with that,
Red
my
with
friends,
commies, blood, holiday spirit.
I would like
I'm
us to
so glad I'm Hindu.
I'm so sad I could not give you a consequence, KP, because I feel like there were some good mental consequences I could have given you. I tried. I couldn't get it though. It's fine.
Well,
Next
I have a
time.
feeling he'll have words with Regina, maybe all of us before it's over with.
Probably all of us, because Freda's like, I expected this to happen.
Yeah, I wonder if he's ever seen somebody shoot themselves.
Mhm.
I mean, the thing is, he's seen enough blood in the operating table and in the profession
It's the
itself.
morality of it all.
I was about to
It's
say
more of that.
it's the well, and self-deprecation's a thing Regina's really good at.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's more of like right now, in the actual thick of things, his medical professionalism is coming out, so he's able to cope with it. And I think it's after the fact when the brain stops running on adrenaline, he's gonna have some processing to do.
Hey, would you like a fate point?
Me?
No, the group.
Oh.
Would the Roses of Paris
No,
like
I don't
a
think
fate
so.
point?
No,
No, thank you.
no, thank you. We have
You've
plenty of
given us
gifts
enough.
brought by our mother-in-law. Thank you,
Fine.
Trooper.
Can I just take one of those fate points that you have then, in that case?
Sure.
I was gonna use expose to have somebody exciting see that whole action, but fine.
Nope.
It's okay.
We
It's
need
fine.
this one airtight.
It's fine.
We have to grieve publicly,
It's
Trooper.
fine. It's fine. Nobody exciting saw it then. Let us go around and have us do our outros to end this episode, which we need a title, by the way, audience. We need some titles. I'd like you each to go around, tell me who you are, where we can find you next, and give some love to somebody in the cast. And then just tell me, in one sentence, what is your character thinking right now? And Frida, you've heard about, you hear people talking. You hear them say, "Oh, they got shot. We think, because, you saw Clemens Brown run by. There's a whole, sort of panic."
Mhm. Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh.
Let's start where we ended. Oscar. Greg, who are you? Where can we find you next? Give some love. And then what is Oscar thinking?
Hi, Greg, Grimjack21502. Actually, you can find me somewhere tomorrow. I will be over on Unmade Gaming for Atari Twilight Twist of Fate. It's back in Garrett, Maryland, little place I set up for the 1980s Tales from the Loop. It's super duper fun. Please join us. Incredible group of people I'm playing with, super good friends, and much like the cast here. So yeah, if you're not too sick of me yet, you can show up over there. It's at 12 at noon Eastern, so join us then. What is Oscar thinking right now? Unfortunately, Oscar has seen scenes like this quite a bit.
He has. He's done it.
Right.
Yep.
And I mean, this isn't, I wouldn't like to say he's numb to it because it still affects him.
Yep.
The problem is he knows the alternative. We talked about the empathy. Is empathy a weakness? He knows that if he doesn't do this, more people are affected negatively by the result. So he has to kill her. He has to do it. Now, the thing about that is the wink was a little extra.
It was.
And that's the bleed.
Yeah.
Oscar has a bleed mechanic that when he gets into this, he gets into this. It's like method acting for a killer. And that's the price he's paying for this world that he's created for himself or been forced into for himself. So you know, and that's what I like about Oscar. He is very, very flawed. But he was broken, and he's trying to use that for what he considers to be good. We'll see. My love is for everyone. This is our first episode back of season 4. This is my third season here. I absolutely love every moment of it. I missed it. And if I had to pick out one person, and get to go first, so I get to say, Trooper, I love you. You create a world that is so enthralling. Bringing in the mother-in-law was a stroke of fucking genius. And I know that was a card that you were playing. Like, you were like, I'm going to throw in the mother-in-law because fuck them. And I loved it. It was sinister, and it made us all think, well, what are we going to do? And that's what else are you going to make your players think?
What do we always do? Tie up loose ends.
But that's what you want your players to think. What are we going to do? That's RP. That's tabletop, everybody. What are we going to do? I didn't have a plan for this. Yay! That's what we're here to do. You know, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. And KP, welcome, my friend. What an awful decision to have to make. I had to make one similar in my first full season, and it is the best. It's the worst. And thanks to the audience, because this is obviously, there are a lot of triggers in this show because of the, you know, we have the warnings and such. But again, it's a realistic environment. You got to see that play out with KP, who did it masterfully, provided by our great GM. See you next week, everybody.
Oh, whew, okay. Then let us go to Dot, because we're going in reverse order this time.
Oh, well, I'm Little Red Dot. You can find me on your platform of choice as the Little Red Dot. Most of the time nowadays, I'm actually kicking it over on Kobold Press, where I'm lucky enough to be our Kobold Twitch producer in residence. So you can be expecting a lot more of that, because I'm excited to announce I have left my full-time job. I am a lucky little dot to get to stream full-time. So you'll be seeing a whole lot more of me, but when I'm not there, you can catch me here. You can catch me a whole lot over on the Unmade Gaming channel for a variety of like things up and down. Void is coming back. We just finished the Alien Emanation. Go check that out. And Alien's up for some nominations for Tabletop Game of, or like Campaign of the Year for the Game Hers Award. So go vote for us, please. Which is very exciting. What else am I doing? Yeah, Kobold Press, lots of shows over there. That's where my time is right now. And then sometimes if I ever get my third monitor, Trooper and I do this handy little show over here where we get Divine. But Dot has really failed at getting the third monitor set up. So I promise when it happens,
we'll let you know.
More Divinity Original Sin here on Sundays. Those are the big things right now. Oh, and don't forget, I have a podcast that I love so dearly that also won some awards called Stitch of Fate. Go check us out. Hey, Trooper even has it right there for all of you to see in chat, because he's like 4 steps ahead of me. Tonight, oh boy, what is Regina thinking? Well, nothing, because she's passed out on morphine. But if she was dreaming, she's dreaming of Sugar Plum Fairies dancing atop her stepmother's body in running shoes.
I wonder how the prince is going to feel about that.
But in for realsies, Regina's in a little bit of grief.
She's in a space.
She's in a space, a kind of self-detrimental space. She's in a space. She might.
She doesn't have her anchor.
Yeah. Yes. And she knows she had to let it go, and she's a little lost, right? I say she's lost. She's really not lost. She knows what she wants to do, which is kill all the Nazis so she can go be with the person that she loves. But right now she's dealing with a lot of loss and grief, I think. And you know, there's nothing like a bullet to the gut to make you feel better about yourself. And everybody calling you pregnant when you're not. Just what Regina needed to hear. Holy vey. And well, yeah, there's a whole lot of things, but we can get more into that later. Stars. Okay. Okay, I want to give, I don't know, I'm so torn. Okay. I am going to give us all a star. And here's why. Because that situation had no plan attached to it. And we killed it, literally. We nailed it. And so I just want to say, we have gone from the days where we spend half the episode going, I think we should do this and we should plan and plot this. And now it's like instinctual.
Yep.
It's like everybody, it's like a weird cog. And it's, yeah. I give us all a star for that because hot damn, I thought we made really smart choices tonight. We used all of our fate points. We had some really incredible rolls, and like together with our powers combined, we were able to pull that off. So
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
So you have an option right now. You know, you have that trouble aspect, mind of a killer, heart of an artist.
Yes.
Would you like what happens within a self-compel so that bad things will happen to you, or are you just fine with how it is how it is? I'll give you a fate point.
So bad things happen?
Yeah. I mean, because right now you're just like, I just killed them, or you can be like, oh no, that was a self-compel for bad things to happen. And then I'll give you a fate point. Or you can just refuse
I didn't kill her for bad things to happen.
Fine.
I needed a proper Christmas present.
Fine. I'm just asking if you wanted it.
I know you did. Look, we did not need, I don't think Regina was going to be able to handle Mama living in the house. She can barely handle just living in that house. There's no way.
So we got Freda living in the house.
Yeah, we got Freda. Regina is at her maximum capacity for being an hospitable post.
That's fair. It's fair.
Yeah, she can.
It's fine.
But
It's fine.
I'm gonna give us all a star for like our incredible like teamwork, right, and like all the different ways. I think we all deserve a gold star tonight because hot damn, I missed y'all.
Yeah. Oh,
look.
Which means I think we get KP at this point in time. Who are you?
Perfect.
Where can we find you? And then, give some stars, give some love, and then what is your character thinking right about now? Right about now. Like, we got blood all over the snow, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, boy. Hello, everyone. I'm KP, also known as KP11 Studios on all your social media platforms. So Instagram, Twitter, Twitch, but not really that much anymore on Twitch. But anyways, that's a different story. But I do a lot of things. I'm a photographer. I take a lot of cosplay / portrait photos, so you can catch those on my Instagram or on my Twitter. I don't have any current projects right about yet, but there's a lot of ones coming along. A lot of them with this wonderful human being. Like she said, I'm also on another, outside of this wonderful show, I'm also on another show called Void, which we're taking a slight hiatus, but we're about to ramp up, and was also amazing news to hear right now, because I was just like, I know we're coming, but I don't know when.
It's coming.
It's coming. But, catch us there on Unmade Gaming when it does. Amazing. If you like space, and a lot of sci-fi horror and mysticism and
weird reporters
and very annoying reporters that don't want to punch. So check us out over there. And like Greg mentioned, a lot of amazing shows. So just go support Unmade Gaming. Check out Greg tomorrow over there. He's absolutely wonderful and deserves a lot of love. And I'm sure it's going to be absolutely amazing. And so, yeah, you can catch me on all of those things and any future projects. You can check that out. I also have a Patreon if you want to catch any of my events or any shoots that I do and catch them early, behind the scenes, edits, etc. Check that out. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it on that front. As far as what my character, before that, dear Lord, I have one for each one of you all for each specific reason. I loved everybody's role playing tonight. It did not, if nothing else, I thought you all got better, even if that was even possible. I didn't even think that was possible. And then we had our little hiatus and then we came back. I was like, oh, we might, take a little bit to kind of get into it just because it's been a little bit. And then you just, it was brilliant. And I think this is as horrifying as it was for Preetham, this is exactly how I expected things to go down. And I was waiting for it. I was like, how will Preetham really experience that moment where he's just like, oh shit's real.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
And lo and behold, you brought a present.
I did, and it was the murder of a person who was just a woman.
Yes, and so for him, he's in a dilemma.
A woman who could get them in a lot of trouble, but
Yeah, and he understands that, but part of him also asks the question, what makes us different?
Yeah.
He wasn't innocent.
He doesn't know that. That's the thing. He's just, all he literally had is that little snippet of, yes, she is a unlikable person.
She is.
Right? I mean, he got the gist. He's like, oh, she's that sort of a mother-in-law. Right?
Oh yeah. Overbearing
Overbearing is like, to him, he's, because of that small snippet, he's like, was that worth her death? Could we have done something? Yes, we needed to get rid of her. We needed to move it. But was our only option at that moment to kill her?
Yeah.
And maybe ultimately the answer he comes down to is a yes, at which point he goes, wow, I am really in the thick of things. He's not blaming anybody or anything yet. He's just like, how could things have gone differently? Right? Especially because he's spent some time as a person and a doctor whose entire purpose is to be empathetic to people. With this woman, so it's going to be a lot of interesting conversations to himself, not necessarily with anybody else yet.
Yeah, I mean,
because I'm sure there will be, but
you were the one who were complicit. You use those.
Yeah.
I love it. That's what I like about a good aspect.
God damn it, Jer.
Which I think leads us to dearest Lindy.
That's me.
Who are you? Where can we find you? What is your character thinking, and give some love.
Okay, so we're gonna go
let me just go and
order,
increase the violence clock, by the way.
Because I will forget things that I want to say if I do otherwise. Gosh. So love first, because I love you people, because you're all amazing. So Trooper, first of all, your mother-in-law just had me rolling. She was hilarious. She was the worst and absolutely awful, but I loved her because she was just the worst in the kind of way where it was like, oh, I can't wait for her to die. It was perfect and beautiful and wonderful, and I could see Regina, I don't blame you at all for running away. And
can you imagine what her actual son was like?
Oh, he wasn't great.
Yes.
He was terrible.
Oscar Holgar is a great replacement. Replacement, because you're not actually married. Anyways, mother-in-law was my love for Trooper, because she was just hilarious. Regina, when she saw the running shoes, that was just a start for me, being like, I could see it. Your face, it was just perfect. The running shoes.
I don't know if that was Dot or Regina, because both of us went, I will kill you.
And that's why I loved it so much. Is I could see you shining through the character in that moment, and it was just beautiful. Gosh, good golly, gee willikers. Greg, just ever the performer, between Clemens Brown in the Night Call with Everyone, to shoving him down and falling off the balcony, getting the shot and then sobbing and crawling forward, beautiful, artistic, loved it. I also loved the the happy holidays, fuck you, as you passed by a lightsaber. That was just also beautiful. And of course, our good poor Dr. Preetam. I loved watching him lose all of his innocence. The night. And also, y'all can't see this who are watching it, but I see two Preetams right here. I see two KPs. And so they'll be like, yeah, we're gonna have to kill her. And I see KP over here and then I see KP
like a still frame photo, yeah.
It was so funny to me. I loved it, and also me and still capture KP. You're like, yeah, we're gonna kill her, and it's just I'm like, oh, he's so pure. Such a sweet boy. He's gonna learn a lot. And he's gonna bring.
You're gonna learn today.
one of the things you can do when you get a milestone is you can rewrite one of your aspects, and like maybe KP rewrites his trouble aspect. Maybe he's a little bit less doe-eyed.
To rewrite it, depending
like
on how
take
much
a
other
little
shit
bit-
we put him through.
Couple more.
Oh, I need to take
Don't
another
worry.
break.
Don't worry, because when Freda goes, hey, so if I need you to tell my husband that I'm pregnant, just until we kill him, I'm sure he'll be traumatized plenty by the time we hit another milestone, and I can't wait to watch it because it's just, it tugs at my heart, but also it fills me with glee, and I don't know, maybe I'm a terrible person. Speaking of being a terrible person, Freda, she is thinking in this moment, she's like, those two booth guys know, because she knows a murder just happened outside, and she has faith that the three of them can murder one woman and maybe like a guard. She's like, I'd get upset and worried about it if I found out something went wrong, but I'm more concerned as to what these people are saying. What is the rumors? She has a new agenda. She's gonna look into some things, and she's just adding like another tick to the box of reasons her husband now has to die. Before she just wanted to escape, but now he has to die, and she's just adding tick marks. It's just how it is. That's Freda. I don't know if it's a little cold, but I don't know if you saw her episode last week. Oh well, you can find me a lot less cold than Freda most of the time. Lindy at Laugh Love Lindy, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. I play in NGM, some tabletop RPGs. Next, you can find me is tomorrow on my channel for Aliens, our once a month campaign. It is super fun. We're going to a place called the Egg, and I am very concerned. Oh, real worried. I'm real worried about that.
I don't know why
but
an egg thing in an alien game would be weird. I'm sure it's
a
fine.
location where we had to enter like hypersleep for months to get to in the middle of nowhere called the Egg. Yeah, that's
sure it's fine.
I don't know why I should be concerned, but I'm really heckin' concerned. And then of course Sunday on Praxagor Thesmophoria's channel with Trooper for some Romance of the Blue Rose, which will be very fun. And then on again on Prax's channel on Wednesday for some Witcher, and on my channel for Monday and Tuesday some D&D. That's gonna be hopefully a lot less stressful than the aliens and a lot more drama.
And I want to thank the people who gave us donations in the second half. I want to thank Cleric of Cord, Mama Tango, for 1,500 bits, who says,
"Oh,
maybe next year the gang can spend the holidays with Mama Tango." And
we'll all go to Florida and get a tan.
Yeah, I bet it'll be way nicer. This one, because I bet there'll be no. Well, there might be some
This is kind of a great Christmas.
Yeah. Now, speaking
there
of,
won't be another mother-in-law knocking at least.
but she'll bring food. Rissa donated 1,000 bits and says, "Team Murder strikes again." It's true. It's true. And Willen, who's our chronicler, gave 100 bits and said, "Thanks for another awesome episode." So I want to thank all of that.
Thank you.
Willen has
and
been
thanks
so
all
great.
the Raiders that stuck by.
Oh,
Thank
yes.
you for hanging out.
Thank you, Raiders. So, look, I'm troopersjp. I'm the GM. Woo, that's me. My job is to give people, just to remind people, hey, how bad do you feel right now about the murder? And if they're like, not at all, you're like, good to know. I'll remember that one for later as well. Whatever. And it's good. Try to tempt them to see if they'll make some choices and see what they do. You can find me, what is it? Today's Friday. You can find me Sunday at 4 p.m. over at Table Story for Blades in the Dark, Faint Dawn, and at 8 p.m. Praxagor the Smorphoria's channel for Romance of the Blue Rose. Wednesday, Prax's channel for Witcher Roads Home. But next Friday, I'm really interested to see what our gang is going to do in episode 3 of
Christmas,
Kolos.
obviously.
It's gonna be Christmas, and I'm excited to see what they're gonna do about all of this, because right
Christmas
now
and a funeral.
there are a lot of people who are very interested in you all, because season 4 exposed.
Well, the communists got us.
Yeah, you know who really hates that?
The communists.
Yeah,
Us.
the
Yeah,
communists
us too.
really hate that.
Yeah, I mean, they're just attacking Freda and everyone associated with her. It's so tragic. I mean, the people she's staying with, they went and just, how awful.
Yeah, I'm so excited. So, my friends, we're gonna go. Take care of yourselves. I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank everyone who donated. You help me pay the cast, because people should be paid for all the terrible things I put them through, and so that they could, help their cats. you should go and watch the Awkward Teenager Show. It's a podcast that Greg's son does, and it's the Awkward Teenager Show, and it's very cool. And I have the look it up, Awkward Teenager Show. And that's it, my friends. We will see you all next time. Please, we'll catch you on the flip side. Take care of yourselves, and
See you next Friday.
See you next Friday.